Okay. Uh, Once this finishes loading. We should be live again now. We're going to do more live interviews with a few more interesting individuals. If you guys would introduce yourselves, I'm going to introduce myself first. I am Daniel Losi. Uh, I technically associate with Anonymous. I'm 30 years old and I'm from Ohio. Kyril, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yes. Yeah, my name is Sarah Douglas. I'm 31 years old. I'm currently staying in Atlanta, Georgia. I associate myself with Anonymous also. I'm kind of like the backup man. Anything else you need to know?
No, no, that's good enough. Oscar,
Oh,
could you introduce
Yeah,
yourself?
my name is Variations of Oscar. Figure the rest out later. My horrible current alias, which we will not say. I'm 25, and I've been in Anon since I figured out what happened in Fallujah, while wanting to join the military, and I'm basically the Anon that does a little bit of everything except act.
All right. Jillian Gray, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Well, you just said my name. I don't know, I'm Jill. That's about it.
Okay.
Oh, Trump. Voted for Trump. Voted for Trump.
Yeah. And aren't you Mexican?
A self-defeating Mexican. I'm Mexican. I'm part Mexican, so I'm Mexican when it's convenient, like when I want welfare.
Uh
And
huh.
He's the
I'll stop
George
there.
Soros of Trump's America.
right
so,
there, you go.
so
I like
Our
that.
collaborator in 30 years.
so how do you feel about Trump's
Going
wall?
back.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah.
I want to see what happens when he kicks all the Mexicans out, and then all the white people have to pick fruit. It's not going to go over very well.
It's not gonna go very well.
There's going to be an epic fruit shortage.
uh, Oscar, Oscar and Kyril, you guys want to add anything to that?
No, it'll be interesting once he gets into the Oval Office and see if he starts kicking my ancestors out because I'm Puerto Rican. So it's gonna be really interesting to see what happens. And like Jill said, that after he kicks us out and the white people, no offense Daniel, but when they start picking fruits and all that shit and see how they feel like it and how they feel about the whole thing and that we've been doing for them for as long as we have been doing it for them.
Mm-hmm. Oscar, anything you wanted to add?
Didn't he retract some of his more radical deportation statements and make himself more moderate? You know, like same way that we use moderate terrorists. So I don't even know if the wall's like a big agenda anymore, but I think it was like practically a troll job. I think most of the Trump campaign was like a pretty big troll job.
Yeah.
Which was actually a good strategy when you're going up against someone like Hillary Clinton. So I don't really know if I have an opinion other than I really hope we don't spend a bunch of money on a fucking wall. But hey, what are you gonna do? I mean, spending money on Social Security that's not gonna be there.
Yeah. That is a very good valid point that you brought up. The fact that we put funds to something, a certain program, but not funds to important programs. How do you guys feel about how our government dictates where our funds go?
I'll let them go first.
Okay, Kyril or Oscar, go ahead.
All I'm gonna say is anarchy, fuck the government, and let's watch the world burn. And we should take over. See, the reason I believe in anarchy is because they just they take our money, they do whatever they want to do with it, and then they take our rights away to do anything like that. And as soon as they think we're doing something that they don't like or anything to oppose them, they want to throw us in jail and fine us and tax us and have the right to do whatever they want to do to us. But then when we try to fight back, it's automatically court. Automatically court or go to jail or get fines, and it's complete bullshit. It's like, why are you gonna take our rights away, and then when we try to take them back, you want to hold it against us?
Yeah, I mean, the big money, with big money goes big time, a long time, periods of time. So, like, we just pulled away and alienated Israel, but that was right after we gave them $38 billion, right? So if we were really alienating Israel, we'd ask for our fucking money back. So all this stuff, all these plans that they make when it comes to spending money, a lot of it is planned out, God, like 5, 10, 30 years beforehand, right? And then you have things like the Flint, Michigan water crisis and these smaller crises that are happening all over the country, and they didn't even see that coming, and then we have to figure out later, oh, now we have to deviate, you know, we have big plans, but now we have no fucking water in like 15 cities in the country, so they always find a middle ground, and the priorities have absolutely nothing to do with human rights. It never will, and it's just not designed that way. So yeah, fuck it. It should all be contributions.
We've just
by the way.
Yeah, we recently just got a new joiner to our chat here. Chat has just joined. Chat, would you like to take a second to introduce yourself, if you could, please?
Alright, I don't know what to say. Now you guys gonna put me on the spot. Shit. I'm just a funny ass motherfucker that just uses the fuck like a comma. I intend on pissing everybody off at some point.
Okay.
Story of my life. Hence why I'm divorced twice.
It sounds like wonderful life goals.
Yeah. You know, try to keep it simple.
We were actually just talking about how we spend funds, how America dictates where our funds go. How do you feel about how America spends our funds towards, you know, different programs?
Wow, you really want me to go there? All right, you asked for it.
Go in there.
I think that Israel is basically the place now that robs us of all of our damn money, and that like we waste like exorbitant amount of funding on bullshit that we don't even need. I mean, like, yes, we need like a set up like welfare system of some sort, but we don't need as many handouts. We need more actual hand-ups. And then resources wise, sure, sustainable energy is there, but it's still in its infancy. We need to like develop that more, which would require R&D diversion of funds, but instead we're like sinking it into stuff that is like 20 years old, and like, there's been advances since then, and we're not even dealing with that. No, we're still sticking on the windmills. They're still like wasting like 90% of the energy generated. So like whenever they actually have, in foreign countries, they have windmills that can like basically utilize 90 and only waste 10. So, I mean, like essentially our resources, both financial, energy, everything, like we're just a big wasteful country. And like the reason behind that is because crony capitalism. I have no problem with pure capitalism or the free market. Rather, I have a problem with crony capitalism, aka fascism, which is the type of state that we have currently right now.
Damn straight.
Well said. Hear, hear. Jill, if you would, please.
So I believe in like government transparency. I believe I'm like the weirdo of the bunch that isn't just like pure anarchist. I believe in like bare bones founding fathers type of like constitution where the power is back in the hands of the people. Democracy at its finest, at least in theory, right? No government system is ever 100% the way it's supposed to be. I mean, communism looks great on paper, socialism looks great on paper. I just think that Citizens United is really where we went wrong. I think that it needs to be overturned if we ever hope to have any sort of say in where our money goes again. I'm not entirely anti-taxes either, which makes me really strange because everybody's all, you know, fucking libertarian and shit, but yeah, that's how I feel. I just, transparency, like, we should have a right to say where it goes, you know? Less earmarks and more accountability.
True.
If I can interject really quick, as
ahead.
far as a statist goes, that's about as good of an answer as it gets. The only thing that I want to say is, and I hear this a lot, so I don't even blame you for it, but communism does not, they like to say it looks good on paper. It doesn't. It looks like a fucking disaster. I hear that all the time, though.
Damon Franklin said hi, Joe, by the way.
Who?
Damon Franklin?
Oh, hey, tell me to say hi.
He can hear you. She said hi.
Oh. Well, fuck me.
Naturalism with socialism, it's the only form of socialism that has ever worked is anarchy, and you can look that up in history.
Yeah.
I feel like we need to add, like, and you can put that in your pipe and smoke it. Like, that's...
Control of
Bitch.
the fund. Once you have centralized control of the funds, it's never going to go your way. Never.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like Spider-Man, absolute power corrupts absolutely every time.
Calm down, Uncle Fred.
Go with the old head route every time, except for Spider-Man. Centralized
Right.
money.
Right.
Fuck.
I don't know how Spider-Man became the villain, but that works. There was another topic that I know that Jill would love this topic. We went over Edward Snowden and Manning and Assange. How do you guys feel? Whoever wants to start, just feel free to cut me off at any moment. How do you guys feel about them? How do you feel that their actions were justified or unjustified? How do you feel about them in the entirety? What do you think should happen with them?
So they're never gonna be able to come home. Like, let's fucking get that out the window right now.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, bring them home. No, they'll come home and they'll be shot in their sleep, or bomb under their car,
Yeah.
choked on a pretzel. I mean, something's gonna happen. Like, their best
Wrong
bet
light
is
bulb.
they walk over there. Yeah.
When they commit suicide and shoot themselves in the back of the head twice.
Yeah.
Twice. I mean, but that's complete bullshit. I mean, they just did the right. Well, Snowden did the right thing, trying to show us what's actually going on with the internet system and Fedbook and all this shit. And then look what what's happening to him, because he's trying to show us the right way and what to watch out for. But then shit goes back down in history. Look at JFK and all that shit. He tried to give information out, and his brains got blown all over the fucking highway somewhere. It's complete bullshit. So I mean, and us doing what we're doing, I mean, I give no fucks. I give less fucks than Eddie Ballant, but we have to do this. It's the only way to get the word out. And after as many as the Legion, like all of us, including, we can make a difference if we can stop this fucking infighting bullshit over every fucking little thing, because this person doesn't like this person doesn't like this, and then we start doxing each other.
Well,
It's
I think
bullshit.
I think that all goes back to the whole new fag ideology. I mean, like, there's plenty of people that are new to the collective, but they don't have the new fag attitude, and that's where that all goes. Like, I've told that to many people. Like, they're like, I've only been in the collective this many like months or whatever. I was like, yeah, but you're more real than a lot of these so-called old fags that just try to wear the moniker so that they can use fucking on the side or something.
Go ahead. If you guys have anything to add, go ahead. That went off on a tangent, but
Y'all already know if you get me started on this, like, I can just go, so I'm just keeping shut.
oh no, go.
Yeah, Miss.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
they're not.
Mr. Powerbomb of the doxes and shit.
We're gonna have to get Jill a timer to set, and we're gonna have to set her a timer, and when the buzzer goes off, she has to stop.
You think that would work?
No.
No.
Maybe we could cut her mic for a minute.
Yeah.
She's the statist here. She might actually listen to the buzzer.
Oh,
Yo, burn. She was like, I'll be back in 20 minutes, like an hour later.
these
He wants, like,
eyebrows.
she learned the government wasting schedule of time as she's relating it to money. She taxed it. She taxed it.
We all talked about not being racist on the live feed, so we all got together before this feed and said we're gonna call it government time.
What's the fun of that?
But no, they're definitely not coming home, and I don't think they would have been alive this long if they didn't get some sort of foreign government aid. Obviously, they're at embassies and whatnot, but I'm talking about more than we can see or hear, and probably more than we ever will. And that's the world we live in. But at the same time, I said this on the last feed. I don't worship at the altar of Snowden and WikiLeaks the way other people do. Because of that. And the what? But I just think there's a lot that we don't know, and I think they're keeping their powder dry, and there's just too much for me to. And I mean, with the 10th anniversary coming off almost like a commercial for books and all this other fuckery, it just kind of has I've become a little bit disillusioned even by them. And then like we have wacky emails now from the WikiLeaks, like talking about UFOs and aliens and shit like that, which is a whole nother discussion. But I mean, it's just I take it all with a grain of salt now, a lot more so than in the beginning. And that's really, that's all I really know at this point. It's up in the air for me.
Just blame the Russians, dude.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna need Fallout 4 screenshots. Lots of.
Blame the Russians. That's what the cool kids do.
All the hipsters are to kill.
Blame the Russians.
Anybody who had a C+ in foreign relations knows it's always the Russians.
Yeah, Daniel.
Yeah.
From now on, anything that goes wrong is Dimitri's fault.
It's Dimitri's
I'm
fault.
blaming Dimitri. I give no fuck.
Actually, I used it the other day. I stubbed my toe and I was like, these fucking Russians.
I'm blaming Dimitri for everything now. It's like fucking Russians. Daniel.
I know. Who fucking Putin put this couch here?
This is gonna end up like a really, really bad Boy Who Cried Wolf scenario. We're gonna have fucking blimps flying over DC, and somebody's gonna call us and be like, "Yo, it's the Russians." It's like, dude, it's too early for this dog shit. What's really going on? No, it's the fucking Russians.
It's like I told you it was the Russians the whole fucking time. I don't listen.
Watch, the cartel's gonna run up on us out here, and I'm gonna be like, these fucking Russians.
Exactly.
Got browner and really, really skinny.
It's the Russians. They're damn Russian.
And they're screaming Aloha snack bar.
y'all are foul.
Well, thank you.
Survive somehow.
That's racist.
That's one of the Russian terms. That is Russian terms.
Oscar's a racist now.
Jill's a closet Russian.
It's true.
Yeah.
Leave Jill alone.
Jill is behind the Russians.
Y'all alone.
She's the mastermind. Putin's Jill's
Did you guys
bitch.
tell Rowan that? Rowan might spread that around for you if you try.
Oscar, thank you, because Joe's about to dox us all now. We're all fucked.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Did you guys see that when I went missing? I came back off online, and the first thing I read was Jill put, "Can we dox a phone number out of him?" I was like, what? I go missing. She's trying to dox me.
No, typical excuse, Jill. We missed you.
I've already seen his dick. Like, I don't know how much more personal it can get.
Yeah.
I think he's blushing.
Yeah, I think so too. I heard it.
Well, everybody's seen my dick, so why would I blush?
Yeah, he spreads that shit like wildfire now. Like, who gives a fuck?
Mm-hmm.
It's Joe's fault. Remember that.
It's the
Always.
It
Always
is.
Jill's fault.
It was Jill's
If it's
fault.
not Joe's, if it's
Enter
not
the
Joe's,
image data for a Wi-Fi password.
It's a brilliant idea.
The Russians consult with Jill on how to spread propaganda.
Yeah.
So true.
Alright, Jill secretly adopted from Russia, and when they saw who she grew up to be, they were like, "Oh, we got to stop this shit."
Jill or Putin?
I was Jillian Assange, but I'll take Jillian Putin. That works too.
No, Jill Amir Putin.
Yeah.
That's even better.
Jillamir Putin.
Jillian Putin.
For a second there, I thought you said Jill was Putin.
It might be, who knows?
That fucking weird roll of the tongue is.
Little do you know.
I mean, hey, she does have the Trump card, so who knows?
Yeah.
Anyways, Jill, you were gonna tell us what you thought about Snowden and stuff like that, and you're on the timer.
Oh. No, I don't know. I mean, the whole Assange thing is cool, like his background, the whole Mendax thing. Obviously, it's a guy who knows what he's talking about. My question is why isn't he in Russia? I mean, I'm sure that Russia must have offered him some sort of asylum or something. I think Snowden is right where he's supposed to be. I think that his girlfriend Lindsay is a fuck of a good woman to go join him. I mean, they broke up. She knows what she's up against, and as a woman who didn't leak this information, she has an option to like opt out and just be a normal person. And she went to Russia to be with him. What'd you say?
I said she also made herself a target by joining him.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's a damn good woman.
But did she, or did they already probe the living dog shit out of her, and she's just like, "Oh, well, fuck it." You know what I mean? Like,
probably that too.
Well, didn't Snowden probe her enough? She doesn't need probed anymore.
Oh!
Oh, what's the
set up, alley-oop.
Maybe that's why she went back.
To be fair, if the storyline was any bit accurate, he wasn't probing her enough.
What the fuck?
Haven't seen the movie yet. Was it like that meme where the wife's standing in the background staring at her
Yeah.
husband on the computer?
Yeah, she ended up by doing like sexy pictures and like she more or less cheated on him and stuff. So kudos to those cute kids for being together in Russia.
I want a chick with a mustache.
Spot porn.
Mustache porn.
See, secretly, I am that chick with the mustache. Just saying.
Yeah, I can see it.
He has mustache rights to everyone.
That's where I recognize that IP from.
See, exactly.
Mustache rights for everyone.
Only if I can watch though.
God. Just gonna
Did-
be the cameraman. Gonna hold the camera. Always gonna have the name.
She's like,
Oh!
let me see more hair,
You
please.
guys didn't even tell Chet what he was doing. Chet, we waited on you for like a half an hour, bro. Did you finish?
Oh, you motherfuckers.
Man.
It would have taken longer than that. I've already gone like 4 or 5 times today.
What?
I ran out of pieces on both Pornhub and XNXX.
Thinking about Daniel was that good, huh?
He's trying to get his sock pregnant.
Right? Right? I just stand up for himself already.
Sacco, yo. Makes a good weapon after a few months.
Actually, that's what I was doing. I was gluing googly eyes on the end.
I am glad that I put viewer discretion is advised at the top of this post.
Report him! Report him!
You're
You're
reporting.
gonna get Patriots crew on your nuts now.
Oh, hell
Or Ed. We all know Ed still loves you, huh?
no. She said Ed. Oh no.
Well, Jill really is Ed, if you guys didn't know.
Yeah, she's put
Only
some
on
nuts and
Sunday.
bites.
Yo.
Jill
Put
is,
your nuts and bites to raise her voice.
Finally.
Yeah, Jill is Ed on Mondays, and I'm Bo every other Tuesday of the month.
Did you say Bo?
Yes.
Who the hell is Bo?
From Lovesack.
What?
Daniel
he said Bo from Nutsack. I don't.
Lovesack.
Oh, lost.
Bo from Sack.
He named each one of them. He named each one of them. He's got Bo and Luke.
You guys.
Calls it the Dukes of Hazzard. Starts playing like Will and Jimmy.
Oh. Crystal Day Chief just asked, why the heck they have their faces covered except for you and the other boy? They don't want the government coming after them.
Well, mine, I just have shitty internet. Come on, let's kick the blues.
Well, Chet.
Chet's scared.
And they've already had some fun with me already, so.
You know what? We should do the next episode while I go to the Christian coffee shop, and that'll be great.
The problem is Chet is naked right now, and so he doesn't want to show his cam. That's what it really is.
Look, it's not my fault I'm doing windmill. I'm multitasking.
Lost his clothes somewhere in the backyard, so he's just gonna have to stay there until dusk.
Well, that's because I ran out of toilet paper, took a shit in the back lawn, and scooted across the fucking lawn to wipe my ass. It's dark. It's dark as shit out there.
Oh boy.
I'll tread on the lawn tomorrow.
You guys have another question from Damon Franklin. He asked, why do you guys think that they blame the Russians for the leak?
Because they said they did, and they were calling them hacks, not leaks.
Well, the reason they're saying it is so that we can get into World War III, whether it's a cyber war or by actual ballistics. The whole reason is like that's just like basic strategy 101. Like that's how we get into all of our stupid ass wars. Like look at the Gulf of Tonkin, which was Jill's fault, but
Of course.
it just yeah. What they do is they like just create these false flags to get us into like a thing when there is no beef. Like, look at Syria. Do we have any fucking business in Syria? No.
No.
I mean, like ISIS was created here on U.S. states, and it's all Mossad and CIA. So I mean, like really, we're just gonna go bomb the shit out of some poor people that can't even throw a rock hard enough to hit a fucking drone. Come on now.
Yeah, and not only that, dude, it's like, it's not even that, like, there's a video of Putin coming out and being like, he's just as dumbfounded as, like, we are. He's like, what the fuck? He's like, they've been talking about Iran having a nuke in 5 years for fucking decades. Like, he's talking to the journalists, he's like, and you people don't even see any impeding nature here. He's like, I don't even know how to talk to you people anymore. He's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, he's burnt out. He's just like, whatever, dude. Like,
Well, they also got to remember this all feeds back into like okay, this is how they're going to stimulate our economy in the domestic sector. Is like what they're going to do is like because we are the war machine. Once they increase like the spending and like development of R&D, everything on different like munitions, weaponry, which I mean we really are sucking at right now with all of our shitty planes and our shitty battle destroyers that don't even fucking work. But like yeah, but basically they're stimulating the economy by causing more spending, and it's just a bunch of red tape at the end.
it's really, it doesn't even actually, it's kind of like when people say that we got out of the Great Depression by getting into World War II.
Right, exactly.
Turned the fucking factories into war factories, and then the GDP shot up.
Yep.
You know, why don't you go talk to China about their empty cities, their fucking GDP?
Well, then you look at like they wonder why our destroyers and shit didn't work. Well, we didn't even like insource all of our chips and stuff. Instead, we get them for the countries that we want to go to war with. Gee, are they going to set themselves up for failure? I seriously doubt that.
Jill or Cairo, anything you guys want to add to the conversation?
No, not really. Chet and Oscar said the same thing I was gonna say, but
Our bad.
No,
Our
I
bad.
agree with them completely. I think that right now we are aggressively posturing I think that we're getting all the pieces in place that we need to have. Just like the false flags and, you know, the passports, the paper passports that we found on decimated bodies and, you know, blown up bodies, but a paper passport survived. It's setting all the ducks in the row. That's all it is.
The passport paper that we should have built the Twin Towers out of.
Yeah.
But I mean, and I've said this before, I mean, I do believe there is a certain amount of divide, and we might as well just call it fuckery in politics in America, although I think it's completely benign and pretty much completely insignificant and all just marketing and stupid little, like, campfire allegiances. But I think another part of it could be that the left is setting up Trump to, I think they could be coming after the presidency early, after the 4 years, and being like, hey, let's set this guy up to make him look like, oh, the Russians really did help him into office, because now he's going to have to dial back the sanctions. And then the moment he gets into office, we'll all get to go to our media and be like, hey, look at Trump acting Russian, you know what I mean? But that's suggesting that I don't think we're in an oligarchy, and I do. It's just, they act like fucking children at times like these, and that they really do, you know what I mean? So,
Does anybody know if Barack released the sanction on Putin's Netflix? Because I'd be kind of pissed over that over all of them. Seriously, when I heard, are you fucking kidding me? When I heard the sanction took away his Netflix, I was like, really? So dude can't even like stream like seasons. He can't even binge watch nothing.
that was a real article.
It was.
No.
Oh my god.
After seeing the Fallout fuck up by CNN, I can believe that 100% though.
The things we find on the internet. They're great. They must be true. They're on the internet.
Exactly. That's what I think is true.
Well, I believe in the whole Fallout thing about CNN because Yahoo News picked it up. I know it's kind of ridiculous, but I mean, they can't really afford to fuck up that bad. They're barely there to begin with.
Well, yeah, I mean, but honestly, I mean, like, their credibility has gone from, like, 0 to, like, negative 3,000 in, like, no time flat, like, in the past, like, what, 2 years? Like, at one point, they were, like, a major player in the propaganda machine, but now, like, it's like, okay, there's, like, 3 people to watch that because they can't stand Fox or MSNBC, so they're like, I guess I'll watch CNN, when instead they should be watching, like, a foreign station like RT or Al Jazeera to get a good idea of what's going on over here, because, like,
Yeah.
see, they're like, super honest with, like, they got us under a microscope. They're not bullshitting over there. Now they suck at their own stuff just like we do, but the thing is, like, the way that they like come at us, it's completely different.
Right. It's almost like you can almost get the full story if you have RT on one TV and then our mainstream bullshit on another, and you just watch the two stories, you know, collapse in on each other. It's very
Like,
how it went down in Ukraine.
yeah, essentially, like, I just come to like realize that, like, all of our mainstream like news is like now like parody.
Sure.
It's better. I get better stories out of the Onion.
Yeah. I could almost mistake them for real.
Understand sarcasm, yeah, and satire. If not, then you're fucking lost in sauce.
Lost in
We're all
sauce.
shit to a degree, though, aren't we?
That's me in my sock.
Yeah. He's been
I
lost
said
in his
sauce,
sauce.
not stocks. Nasty
no.
ass.
No, you did. That's what I was saying. Sauce in the socks.
It's his special sauce.
Yeah,
He's lost in it.
Mr. Sacco has a little screen inside of it.
it's fresh made. It's got that drip pan inside it.
Oh my god.
Oil changes.
Yeah. You know, in case you can go 2 rounds real quick.
For fuck's sake.
Who was the one who said something about going to a coffee shop earlier?
That was me.
Was it naked? Was it naked?
Well, I could be.
Well,
I'll just go through and ask, would you like some extra broth in your coffee?
well,
Oh, God.
Susie Wood said take us to a Christian coffee shop. That's why I asked naked. That'd be interesting.
I could just. I'll already get banned like within like 2 minutes.
Don't get Chet naked around anybody, especially Christians. There might be children there, and then Pedro will have to start an op against him.
Him and Joe Britt can come after
Check go out next up.
I'll be doing windmill out front, but like the naked cowboys minus the guitar. Yeah.
I,
I have to call it op bad acid.
oh,
Don't worry, I'll keep the sock on hand.
Okay.
I fucking love these tangents. They're great. uh, so next topic. Let's go over police brutality as well. What do you guys think about police brutality?
Fuck the police.
Fuck the police. Kyra, let's start with you. What do you think of police brutality? And no, it's not
I think
racist.
cop that. No, I know. I figured that. No.
Why you gotta start with the brown man?
Yeah, I just thought of that.
No, I mean, police brutality is bullshit. I mean, if a cop is gonna really just pick on us and just like shoot us for no reason, and the way they've been treating us like the whole last year, now it's just it's 100% anarchy. Any cop is terminate on site, no questions asked. Shoot first, ask questions later. I mean, either way, we can go in jail for shit anyway, or they place some drugs on us, and then when they want to sit there, they shoot us, and after they shoot us and kill us, it's like, oh, we thought he had a weapon on him. Just like, but you didn't check or anything like that, because I forgot. Castile or something. He had the gun in his car. He told them he had a license, and they still like shot the fuck out of him in front of his daughter and his girlfriend or wife or whoever she may be. After he told them that they had the license, but they didn't give a fuck, and they still pulled the trigger, and then they want to sit there and say, oh, the officer was feared for his life. It's like, if you're feared for your life, you shouldn't be in that line of duty. I mean, I might be wrong for saying that, but still, it's like, come on, just getting tired, just getting shot or beat down or harassed for no reason.
Would anybody else like to add?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I fucking have a huge problem with authority. Yeah, like what the media is spinning is they're trying to create the racial divide between everybody else with the whole police brutality thing. Reality behind it is the only thing that's like makes it like such in the forefront right now is the advent of like the readily available cameras on phones, the internet to stream it, the social media to share it. But in all actuality, it's not a race war at all. It's class warfare under the guise of race. Because I tell you this much, a rich black man has a much better chance of walking away from a police encounter than my broke white ass does.
Yeah, definitely.
That is
No,
very
I don't know about that. You can ask Rodney King. That didn't go over very well for that rich person.
true. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
he has a point there.
Yeah, but LAPD just beats everybody. And just, once again, indiscriminately, they just beat everybody.
Joe, right now,
Fuckers are shot out.
Joe.
But I mean, yeah, and like this goes back to like studies at Stanford from how long ago? Like we call it the Lucifer effect. You basically just do not give someone so much power over somebody else because in a fundamental flaw in human nature, they just can't fucking handle it. And
The Stanford prison experiment, yeah.
yeah, exactly. And that started a whole field of study by Philip Zimbardo and all this stuff. And that's the most basic form of it. I mean, you're doing the same thing with politicians. You're literally when you consent to giving these people that much authority, you're literally making them fucking psychopaths. You're making them mentally different than everybody else. And so when we talk about police brutality, it's not like it got any worse. It just the problem didn't get any worse. We're just seeing it now. And then it's being leveraged like crazy by the left and everything else and being televised and they're politicizing it and there's blood on this fucking left, especially their hands, because they love this shit. You know what I mean? They love to be able to spin shit out of proportion. And I know, Chet, you and I have talked about Soros's role in Black Lives Matter and everything else. So right now, they pretend to want to train cops better but really they're just militarizing the police. and they're just adding more authority to the police, even though we're the ones who've paid for all of this. You know, and they'll spin this around and talk about how it's been a rough year for cops and all this other bullshit. And it's like, yeah, really, it's been a rough year for cops. All right, it's been a hard existence for the, everybody else the entire fucking time they've existed, ever since like the mobs came around. So I don't want to fucking hear it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Rizzo and Philly and all that. Like, remember when the cops blew up a whole city block in Philly?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was what the fuck.
So, I mean, like, it's nothing new, because that happened in, like, I can't remember, I think it was the early 70s or late 60s.
They didn't, they were unapologetic about that. They're just like, well, welcome to Philly. Like,
They're like, bye-bye, boom.
It's still kind of like that.
yeah, exactly. It really is.
That hasn't changed.
No, it's gotten worse, if anything.
Yeah, it's gotten, Now it's tied in with fucking neighboring states, and especially Maryland and
Delaware.
And the dope.
Yeah. It's like, you have Philly, then you have Chester, and Chester's like 2 miles across from the Delaware border. And everybody that's on the run from Philly goes to Chester.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Chester's crazy as fuck.
now, and then see, like, where I used to live at in Wilmington, Delaware, like, on the west side, it's now a war zone where, like, they have curfews enacted, and police state in full effect down there and everything else.
And yeah, Maryland's off the chain with the amount of police that they have.
Yeah.
I mean,
And the draconian gun laws.
they have like police departments stacked on top of police departments in Maryland. They might as well build the fucking buildings on top of each other.
I remember whenever I first moved to Delaware, the cops tried to build this little single-wide. They set up a single-wide trailer as like a police station, like outpost, like inside the like hood, like that had like a huge crack problem. So like that lasted all of a week before they burned it down.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I was like, "Welcome to Delaware."
Jill, do you have anything to add?
Regarding police brutality.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you want me to say? I think a lot of it is like the chicken and the egg. Is it happening more because of increased kind of situational stress? Or is it only, like Chet kind of said, is it only now being more widespread because of the use of things like, cell phones and dash cams and stuff like that? Are we just now seeing the full extent of what it is? Regardless, I think that people need to be held accountable. I think that they need to be held at the same standard as you and I. If they murder somebody, let's hold them accountable for murder. I think letting people slide with like paid leave and stuff like that is disgusting. A lot of times I don't even think the civil damages that families are able to get are even close to what they should be getting. I don't know. I just think all around it's a really gross kind of situation. And I say that as somebody myself who studies law. I'm an administration of justice student. So this is my life. I study law. I just took forensics this last semester. So I'm kind of like, I'm in this interesting position of being inside the system and outside the system. I've gotten a chance to hear the way my professors speak and the kind of propaganda that they spew. And then I've also gotten to hear this side, and I think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. How we were talking about, like, George Soros funding a lot of things. They're pushing hard, whether there's some sort of ulterior motives, some sort of hidden agenda, who knows? Is it a problem that needs to be addressed? Yes. Is it something that... Within Black Bloc, we have this idea... You go after corporations, you're smashing out ATMs, you're smashing out banks. Now, when it comes to the riots that tend to happen with Black Lives Matter, they're going after the corner stores. They're going after mom and pop shops, and they're destroying their neighbors, their mothers, their brothers, their sisters.
Doing the opposite of what they should.
Shops, exactly. You are destroying your own neighborhood. You're hurting the people in your community who are probably also upset about the same shit as you do.
And this goes back to like what I was talking about, it being a fascist state, whereas Mussolini's definition of fascism is where corporations have more power than the government. And if you look at that, that's exactly what we live in right now. And so, like, basically, all of these law enforcement officers are just corporate officers. And I mean, like, I think also part of the problem is, the Supreme Court has ruled that it's okay to discriminate upon applicants to be a police officer based on having too high of an IQ because they might get bored in their position. So you give low IQ people guns and fear for their lives and like propaganda the hell out of them because they can't discern truth from propaganda, and this is what you're left with. So go on, Jill.
Oh no, that was essentially it. I just think we have to have the wisdom to kind of discern propaganda from reality and be accountable for our own actions at the same time that we're holding them accountable. Don't go fucking loot mom and pop shops. Like, I don't know if you guys saw, but during the Rodney King riots, there were like Korean store owners who literally had shotguns and were fucking shooting looters.
Yeah.
Well, in Ferguson, there's militiamen like protecting the inner city like mom and pop stores, set up shop.
Yeah, the Oath Keepers, the 3%er Oath Keepers.
Yeah, and
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, my bad. But another thing is like I saw this great video. It talked about there's a grossly like not too many people realize that there's a pretty low amount compared to like the entire population of the United States that's black, but they commit roughly half the murders. So you also have to realize that the whole like racism factor that does exist, it probably does exist on the cops' end, and it's there for a reason. But when we politicize it the way that we do, we bring it to the forefront and we make it even more real. When, as we talked about, it is class warfare. And if I could just go off on a limb here and point out just to advocate privatization, we have these cops going off on pay leaves and shit like that. If you were to privatize police stations, for instance, people through contributions and being able to boycott or just stop paying for police stations, it would force groups of police to choose between either going out of business or having, the cop who went astray with his pistol fired or tried for murder. Instead of, having it be monopolized and then whoop-de-day, we all have to fucking deal with cops that go on vacation when they kill somebody. You know what I mean? And it's not even necessarily so much their fault. It's just the way it is because we fucking stick them there. We just say, oh, well, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Where are they going to go? I mean, the police station's still going to stay there no matter how many cops kill how many people. You know what I mean? So there's a lack of a vacuum that needs to be there.
And Jill has a lot of.
I think a lot of the problem.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go on, Daniel. Go on, and then I'll go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say that Jill has a lot of experience in this because she has just confirmed that she is a Fed because it's on the internet. So it must be true.
It's true.
She's a bad. She has a bad ID number.
And I'd also like to interject that police brutality is the fault of the Russians.
Yes. It's always the Russians. Jill,
The Russians again.
Jill, you were gonna say before I cut you off?
Yeah. I was gonna agree with Oscar, I believe it is.
Yep.
Recidivism does play, have a part to play in it. It's this whole corporate corrections of America, privatization of prisons. I mean, they're purely profiting off of it. It is class warfare. They are picking on certain people for certain reasons. They've kind of tightened down on the Terry frisk, but that's still fucking crazy. The Supreme Court really tightened down on racial profiling. Papers, the Arizona Papers law, but that still exists, in one form or another. If anybody has any questions about this stuff, I suggest you watch a documentary called 13th on the 13th Amendment, and it covers the history of how basically after slavery was ended, that's when you saw the uptick in African American and minority arrests. So it was one thing that was just replaced by something else. And yeah, I think that's about it. I agree with everybody.
Spoken like a true narc, that last part.
Not a Russian, though. Not a Russian, huh?
Oh, so she's an arc.
I was a Russian earlier.
Well, you still are.
She's a Russian narc.
It's become like Cold War version 3.0 now.
I need you to snort that cocaine on camera.
Yeah. Gunpoint.
Oh.
Norma said she'll be back soon. All right, Norma. We'll see you soon.
Jill is the new Red Scare.
Susie said that she watched a teen live feed die in the back of a squad car.
What?
Yeah.
Teen what?
A teen that was it was a live feed of a teen actually dying in the back of a squad car. It goes to what Jill was talking about, that in the information technology age, we have cameras everywhere now, so we're seeing a lot more things. We're getting a lot more things caught on camera that we previously didn't see. They were always probably there, but we're seeing it a lot more now, and it is being spread over the internet, and a lot more people are seeing it. So as Kyril was saying. We have a chance to stop these things from happening now because we have the information, we have the knowledge, and we know that they're happening. But whether or not we choose to act is the real question.
Exactly. I mean, how is it gonna stop unless we make it stop, or at least put an effort to show that we're fucking tired of shit without actually getting physical and getting locked up. We have to do something, some way, shape, or form to let them know, like, we're done. Stop this shit, please.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Go on.
No,
we're just interjecting that. Go ahead, Joe.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say it's become. You guys were talking about the militarization of the police force. Sorry, it's fucking impossible to talk with this bandana. What I have heard is that a lot of them have this like us versus them mentality. I dealt a lot with the military in the past. I'm not going to go into why or how, but the way they condition them is they have this like, it's called balkanization. Basically, you lower somebody from being human, and once they're subhuman, it's like this war zone. It's we got to take them out, and then you don't feel guilt for treating them the way you do. And that's what they said is like, we got to go get those bad guys. And it's like, these people aren't even names or faces anymore. They're just numbers on a docket, or money, just pure money. By that point, it's just money, generating money, spending money. It's a cycle of recidivism. But it creates this war mentality. I heard a lot of them actually. You don't know when your husband's gonna come home. I heard this like from one of my female, from the forensics teacher. She was like, you go out there and you put your neck on the line every day and you don't know when you're gonna come back. And it was like, it was eerie how similar it was to what I heard with the military,
Both training policies from the Nazis, by the way. Just gonna put that out there.
What'd you say?
So both of them got their training policy.
The Russians have a training posse.
Chat, what'd you say?
What?
Did we lose him?
I think his internet's dying on him.
That son of a bitch.
We'll get him back.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's gone.
Yeah, we lost him.
That hurt.
We'll get him back.
Speaking of that, I do want to short interjection.
Nazis, my shit gets cut.
You were being censored. A quick interjection for the people watching. If you guys want to join, in the post is the link to join the conversation. If you guys would like to join the conversation and speak with us. Anyways, go ahead, guys.
Oh, nothing. I just got excited because I thought Chet was back on the happy sock.
I can only go so long. It's like broke man's cocaine.
Just had to quick grab it for warmth for the rest of the feed.
Be careful with those googly eyes, Chet.
I know that. I had to put some KY on them so they didn't scratch as much.
Oh god.
with that war mentality you were talking about, Jill, is false peer programming, which they use like crazy in all these institutions. So not only are they basically teaching them to undermine the life of everybody else, they're teaching them to value each other's lives in that unit in a way that's, you know, unnatural also, and to, you know, almost disregard yourself and regard the, you know, their peers as almost kind of like one body in one unit. That's really dangerous too, because then you put everybody's judgment in a melting pot. That's how you get huge scandals, you know what I mean, and these huge allegiances. You know, really shitty things that happen.
Yep.
Let's not forget, Jesus was the most prolific victim of the police state.
So, well, speaking of that, that's actually a true statement.
Yeah.
You guys realize that a lot of the people in history, like Jesus, have been killed for being different than everybody else. Jesus was actually technically killed by the Romans.
Right. Roman soldiers.
Yes. Correct. But I also wanted to bring up the other topic that we were talking about before was what was it? It wasn't police brutality. It was the Flint water crisis, or the water crises that we are facing in the United States. The 100 cities that have, you know, bad water in them, and the no things like no DAPL and no STAPL, I think it was. What do you guys think about the pipelines, the oil, the chemicals going into our water, and the fact that we are not moving at the speed and efficiency that we should to fix these problems?
I have another issue beyond the pipeline and everything, is the fact that a part of my town does not even have running water because of this. It's the Ogallala water reservoir, and they're wanting to run that pipeline through that bitch. And so, like, the second that they dump that, there goes the rest of the water supply. But there's a whole National Geographic documentary on my town, actually.
So you have personal experience on this.
Right, correct.
Yeah. Share your experiences. How does that make you feel? Does it piss you off?
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to see these little babies being washed in five-gallon buckets because, you know, haul water from the other side of town. Your privatized water companies could do something to increase the efficiency, but we all know that supply and demand is what adjusts, like, basically the value of stuff. So, like, they're able to charge more water if there's less availability. Then we have, like, technologies such as desalinization that they've made like huge leaps and bounds on, because it was very expensive to do that for many years, and like I've seen, like, just in the past like 2 years that they've gone down in price, so like you could like be like completely like going back to the old school and like irrigating, because like we're honestly surrounded by like salt water everywhere. But I mean, like, sure, we got the Fukushima shit, so like that's a whole nother, like, you know, shit storm. So like, I mean, there's really no easy answer other than like maybe like pulling the humidity out of the sky, which I've seen that done too.
Would you guys like to add anything?
I mean, to me, I think it's complete bullshit. I mean, come on, look how long Flint, Michigan been having this water problem, and supposedly America's great, but we can't fix that one problem. And if we can't fix that just one little water problem, when something major happens, we're all pretty much fucked. And it's crazy because I have some family in Flint, and unfortunately I can't make it there to actually help them. But then at the same time, it's been going on too long, and nobody, I mean, besides us and like the citizens that live there, just nobody really from the government or anybody actually trying to help or to get rid of the problem, and they're just going on with their lives. And like Chad was saying, they have to put the babies in the bucket, whatever, and more sickness, and because everybody's drinking bad water, and we're losing more lives, and what can we do about it?
So, if I can offer any sort of like both optimism and a view on the macro, I think the fact that we had as much push for the Dakota Access Pipeline as we did, and we saw people that came together the way they did, I think it really proves to us that we can do it. If you know, if we assert ourselves and we
Yeah.
fucking pull our heads out of our goddamn asses. But I think it's also important to note that our issues here in the United States are but a little drop. Excuse the pun. Are a bit of drop, like but a drop in the bucket when it comes to the macro issue of the world water problems.
Yeah.
If you look at countries like India, you know, and you look over in Africa and stuff like that, they're literally fighting with companies like Nestle who are looking to privatize their water. Literally, the Ganges or whatever, Ganges, however you would like to pronounce it, has people that are trying to come in and make profit, clean the water. I mean, because their water sources are incredibly dirty, right? So, what better way to profit off of these people than to come in as a company like Nestle and say, you know, hey, I'll clean your water. We'll just charge you a little fee, and then suddenly, you know, all of their public water is gone, and they're racking themselves into debt just trying to get a clean drink.
Didn't you
There's a
also have,
documentary.
go ahead.
What's up?
I was going to say, you can also have like companies like the Rockefeller Corporation that has been proven to like dump the Ebola virus in to do human testing on populations and like completely pollute like an entire water supply over in like Africa, etc. Just for human trials.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
That's not really conspiracy.
No, it's not.
That's facts.
That's actually where the Zika virus came from too. They were getting ready to do that back in '47, whenever they invented it or whatever.
But from a libertarian kind of standpoint on the whole thing, I mean, it's about as shitty as it gets. The idea of, you know, how property works and things like that. Okay, well, we're gonna let you live here, and then all of a sudden your government can come in, and we can just rape your land just because, oh, well, you had the right to live here, you had the right to be here, you make your contribution, but oh, by the way, we can choose not to give a fuck whenever we feel like it, and we can take away your basic human rights. So
Don't forget the domain.
yeah, exactly. You know, so it's, the whole thing is just, and that's something that I think we're lacking a lot in the discussion is, you know, it's a very sincere moment in people losing their basic human rights in the name of corporation and money and these things that we try to pretend don't have hold over our government and everything else. And this is one of those primary events, you know, series of events where no one can really argue with us when we come out and say, hey, money rules over people's rights in this country. You can't look at the situation and try and tell me any different. And I would like to see more of that discussion going on surrounding this, because we talk about the water and we talk about the corporation, we talk about all this other stuff. But when we go back to, you know, the fact that the state gives these corporations the power to pull this dumbass shit in the first place, whether or not the corporations are the shot callers, you know what I mean? You have to recognize the connection between the two, and you know, it becomes a much broader discussion that is not going to stop with pipelines and water.
Which is very true. That does need to be you know, addressed in these conversations. It's the fact that, you know, 99.9% of these problems all surround around corporations wanting to gain more money. Every single one of them that we've mentioned thus far. Who really runs the country? Corporations or the government?
Well, it's a mix of the two, because, you know, you have the state giving them those, you know, powers in law, this idea called law, but then when it comes to the money, it's really, you know, a mix between, you know, there's really no telling who the shot callers are at the end of the day. It really comes down to a mix of who has the money and who has the guns. And it kind of reminds me of a moment in the show House of Cards, where, you know, there's this billionaire that's been trying to play in the background of a presidential election, and the new president meets this guy in like a place out in Philly, and he axes him from everything, and the billionaire says, you can't do this to me, I'm worth like some odd $1 billion. And the president looks back at him and says, I don't give a shit how much money you have, I'm the one with all the guns. So, you know, unless we were to lay out everything and you know, rake the coals and figure out who the real shot callers are, all we have to go off of is the interaction between the two, and the way it exists today should not exist. It's something that should not be allowed to happen. It allows this.
Would
I
any?
think if everyone's
Go ahead.
looking at places to point fingers, in 1928, there was a guy named Edward Bernays who was the nephew of Sigmund Freud, and he wrote a book called Propaganda. And there was a couple really poignant entries about. In one of them, he said that our government's being run by the shadow government that very few people outside of a room knows the names of. And I think if you're going to take the word of anybody about who's running things, I think probably take the word of the guy who worked on, what was it? He worked on Guatemalan relations at the time. He worked with Big Tobacco. Later, he ended up by rebelling. By the 1980s, I believe it was, he was working against Philip Morris. He worked with bacon, which is really strange, but he revolutionized the advertisements of bacon. He worked with war. I mean, if you're going to listen to anybody regarding the state of propaganda, he's the forefront. Where better can you hear that there's a fucking shadow government of a small number of people running everything, so...
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, go ahead and chat.
I was going to say, that's where you get into the alphabet agencies such as the CFR, the TLC, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These are the shot callers. I mean, those are the rooms he's talking about. Where there's the Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, all these different things. Like, there's still, like, so many names that you would never know, like, you know, like, there's, like, so many, like, there's, like, ridiculous amount of, like, people in each one of these little councils. But each one of them is, like, directly, indirectly involved in, like, controlling some aspect of, like, policy, whether, like, whatever type of policy it is. And although they're not officially on the books as, like, government employee, they're also, like, on the books as a consultant.
Right, and Carol Quigley actually wrote a book about what he called the Illuminati, and he said in his book, you know, the only real problem that I have with these people is that they don't just come out and tell people what they're doing. But when you look at all of the things that Chet's talking about, you know, he definitely missed something. There's a lot more groups of people, there's a lot more people, there's a lot more going on. He didn't get the whole picture.
Right.
Carol Quigley
Not
didn't
to
get the whole
mention
picture, I
lobbying.
mean.
Right, right.
Not like, we're not even mentioning like lobbying, just like blatant, you know, throwing
Right.
money at private interests and stuff like that. We're just talking to people you never hear about.
Well, yeah, and going to lobbying, I mean, it's if you're gonna have a state, you need to be able to lobby your government. The problem comes in with the transparency. You need to have the transparency there, and we do not have that. We don't even allow it.
Or with the lobbying, we should actually just go by numbers alone and not dollars.
You're
Do you
talking
understand?
Citizens United.
Not necessarily. More like this. More like, okay, like we take big money out of like government altogether. Okay, no more lobbying for these laws on behalf of corporations and all that, and like seeing how many like senators and everything else they can put under their pocket. Okay, no more of that shit. Rather, what I'm saying is, like, okay, there's like look at perfect example of what we were just talking about is the Dakota Access Pipeline. We had enough people there to say, hey, fuck you, you aren't doing this shit. You see what I'm saying here? You could change policy real quick if we went by numbers instead of dollars.
Yeah, these are right.
Unfortunately, we're putting dollars with the people, and like you can pay off enough people to say, yeah, I'm for this, and like suddenly you're screwed.
Exactly, because that would be the law, and then we have to abide by that, and we're the ones that set it off. So it's like, that's all.
The really scary thing is when you realize that the Supreme Court has as much power as they do, and Trump is about to be able to put, by their own estimate, during Trump's presidency, about 3 different Supreme Court justices. And if you want to look at how terrifying that is of a concept, look at the Warren Court. Warren was the one who legalized abortion. He was very forward-thinking, and just thinking about Trump. As much as I love my Trump hat, just thinking about the fact that we might put 3 of them in there is fucking terrifying. And the reason I bring this up is because tying back into money, what we were just saying, you have things that are happening like the Rob Blagojevich situation, where they're beginning to sell seats, you know, and yes, we chastised him, and yes, we punished him, and we imprisoned him, but that was the one that we caught. You know what I mean? How much of this shit is happening, and we're not even aware of it?
Well, yeah, that's like politics 101. You make a martyr or a scapegoat, just take the fall for the rest of the people, and nothing changes.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys ever read that book, Animal Farm?
Yeah, I actually have. I have.
Yeah.
I can share here in a minute.
That that book. Every time I think of our government, that's the book I think of. It might be a kid's book, but it was. That's what I think
But
of.
it was definitely political themed.
It's an old school book too, but
I got the cartoon on my tablet right now.
yeah. Well, but it's very true though. The problem is that revolution tends to revolve, and what we're seeing is the fact that we our government was it's a matchstick government. It was only gonna go as long as the stick could you could hold it with the stick before it burns your fingers. It might have burned bright at first, but we took over the farm. But then the pigs got control, and then they started making laws to usurp from the other animals, no different than ours, and and then it starts to collapse, and then they need another revolution. Uh, and in a nutshell, that's what's happening in a nutshell.
Well, yeah, and I don't know if you saw, but I shared a picture not that long ago, like maybe early yesterday, of the real political landscape, anarchy being really about transitional periods. And I think I said this on the last feed, is that the information age and technology and communication is really what's going to give way to small government on a larger scale. But right now, what we're dealing with is every time we do have any sort of revolution, a vacuum gets filled up very quickly, and anarchy is just kind of like this fleeting dream that exists while somebody else comes in and takes power again.
But who will pay for? Who will build my roads?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Fucking roads.
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 All right, guys, my shit's about to die, so I'm gonna hop off. AKA, I'm just kidding.
Have fun.
Oh yeah.
Think
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And my
Myself too little.
my on
He owes me a
fleek
mustache.
eyebrows.
You won't blink eyebrows.
He doesn't get a mustache right.
All right, Chet. Chet, thank you for joining our conversation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm actually enjoying it. Just sucks I have to bounce off. But yeah, we should do it again soon, though.
For sure. I'm gonna do
All
this
right, guys,
more
I'll
often.
see you guys tomorrow.
Bye, chat.
Goodbye, Chet.
Later
Yeah.
on.
See ya.
Okay, so let me ask this, Oscar. So if you believe that anarchy is only like an interim kind of a state of being, what do you think comes after that? Who do you think emerges the victor in this?
Well, that's the interesting thing. People that really get politically minded, they end up just kind of seeing through the veil of all of this. And recently I was looking at someone who was really coming at anarchists heavy. They themselves were actually an anarchist, and they were just kind of playing devil's advocate, like I talked to Dan about earlier. He had to define what that term means for me. And he was basically saying, you do realize that we live in anarchy right now. It's just that people have allowed it. Some people have taken over, and they've put their own ideological will upon it. So for me personally, I see being an anarchist as the disillusion of seeing the world in a way that gives ideologies a religious prestige. And I realize that all of this is just people and the way that people organize themselves. And it's not so much that I think that anarchy is only like an interim kind of thing. I kind of look at it like we are already in kind of anarchist, world. It's just that with the amount of stratification, layering, the way that people organize, there's other definitions and things like that to describe the different landscapes. And so what I see happening is eventually technology makes all of this inferior. Communication and information kind of usurps all of these ideologies that are actually malicious, and people kind of become disillusioned about all of this, and they realize, hey, we have nuts and bolts in the military-industrial complex that cost $3 at your local store, but $2,000 under a centralized government. So when you ask me that, it's just kind of like, well, what has to happen is that we have to break borders and boundaries that make the ideologies possible. We have to kind of make them irrelevant, because what ideologies are, all it is it's massive amounts of compartmentalization in the human race, for better and worse. And we give those things labels, and then that's the way it is. But at the end of the day, the only thing that really exists is just people and the way that they're organized. So once we kind of transcend all of this, it'll be a much more, it'll be, like Chet said, it'll be the only real form of socialism that there is. Socialism being a non-political ideology and an actual, engagement of human beings. So I think anarchy it's inevitable at this point with the information age and communication. But what has to happen is that we basically have to not fucking kill ourselves as the ideologies die out. We need to not let these guys press the big red button next to the salt because they want another 20 years of, whatever fuckery that they think they can do. And it's a hard thing for people to wrap their heads around. But at the end of the day, if you just kind of look at the world, if your worldview becomes it's all just people with human flaws that are no better or worse than you start to break down those borders and boundaries that used to give those ideologies, that religious prestige that you used to have in the past, and you start to understand how simple it can all really become. And as you get older, you see these politicians fucking up, you realize that Hillary Clinton's really just a loser. You realize that, all these candidates, they're pretty detached and idiotic, and you start to realize, hey, it's really not that big of a deal. The problem is there's a shitload of guns in our way. And even that'll take a long time, but anything's better than what's going on now. The real problem with what's going on now is the transparency, because we're being manipulated by censorship, not being allowed to make our own decisions because we don't even have the information to do so. So once we, free information the way that we need to, we'll all be able to make those choices, and we'll be able to take away the consent that we've given. And then the games really begin. And I think it'll be mostly non-violent. I mean, there will definitely be it's violent right now. You know what I mean? How much worse can it get without massive, like nuclear death and things like that? And with cyber war coming on, which is bound to happen in the next 3 or 4 decades, I would think, somehow, even nukes could become irrelevant. So, I mean, I don't know. I tried really hard to try and make that, as good of an answer as I could give, because I know it's hard it took me like years to kind of wrap my head around that. Really disillusion of the ideologies. It's not so much that anarchy is an ideology on its own. It's to realize that all the others are kind of bullshit, Like whenever I argue with somebody about anarchy, the first thing that I do is I let them know, your objective morality, it's bullshit, because the universe doesn't fucking care. The universe does not care the way that you think it should run. It just is. It just works the way it works. And that's what you call consequentialism in anarchy. And then on top of that, you have to have the human factor into it, so that's where the moralism comes in. So it's kind of like anarchy, the hard science behind it is consequentialism, and then the soft science behind it, the psychology, if you will, is more the moralism. And that's where a lot of infighting in anarchist thought comes into play, because you have the moralists getting overly moral before they think about the way the fucking universe works. And then, everything goes to shit. And, those arguments are still like in their infancy at this point. But consequentialists like myself like to say, well, we'll figure it out when it all comes. You know what I mean? So it's hard to wrap your head around at first, but then it just all kind of comes naturally and it all falls into place.
Yeah, I had during my time first I had taken political science, was just more a study on the United States, the Constitution, our framework, ideally how it's kind of supposed to run. And then I ended up by taking a sociology class, which turned into 2 sociology classes, and we talked about the more macro idea of how things kind of function.
Yeah, more or less. Are we talking about like game theory or?
we covered all of it, but what really caught my eye is we ended up by talking about Karl Marx. And Karl Marx kind of spoke to me, which is interesting because before that, I had enjoyed the idea of, constitutionality and, really having this kind of framework. And then when we got to Karl Marx, it was the idea, really what he covered was the destruction of capitalism. The idea that capitalism is eventually going to implode upon itself. That because of this class system, or as you were saying earlier, this stratification, that they will kind of, the everyman, he called them, the everyman will kind of rise up and will have this second coming of where we have our fucking day. He called him oh my god, I'm really tired. Proletariat. There we go. The proletariat. And he said that the proletariat are eventually going to take over, and capitalism is going to fall. And then from that, we will just kind of create our own system, socialism. And I had asked my teacher, has that ever happened? Has there ever been a working model of what Marx theorized? And he said the closest thing we have is Cuba. He said Cuba managed to, kick all the major banks out. And he also said, is Cuba perfect by any means? No, not at all. Like,
No,
let's get
and I was hoping I wouldn't have to call you out on that, because that's like a huge one that people do.
I'm not like
believe the shit that I've heard
at all. No, not at all, not at all. But I do think it's an interesting idea, right? Because I do see that with these kind of movements that we have, especially with the Dakota Access Pipeline and Black Lives Matter, and Soros funded or not, I don't think there's any sort of way of denying there is something happening. I think we all feel it. There's something brewing beneath the surface. Where it leads, though, I don't know. I mean, it remains to be seen whether or not Karl Marx was right, I guess.
Well, the problem with even like the use of the word capitalism, for instance, is that it's actually a term coined by Karl Marx to critique capitalism in the first place. So, for example, like being just a straight up anarchist, I end up calling myself an ANCAP, anarcho-capitalist, just to clarify for other people that don't even realize that they're listening to Marx's way of thinking. And what Ron Paul has said in the past is there's no reason to be able to criticize capitalism because we've never had it yet. And if you look at the definition of capitalism, it's basically just privatized, free markets. It's, what I mean? It is just free markets, but what I think Marx, and it's not like I read everything that Marx did. I don't really feel that I need to. But I think that what was lost in translation with Marx was that he didn't realize that capitalism does not get out of hand the way that he predicts it to get out of hand without influence of a state in power to give them those powers. And one of the biggest arguments against capitalism that people have, if not the only real one, is the existence of corporations. But the thing about that is you have to have a state in order to have corporations because they give them limited liability. All of a sudden, a big giant group of people, because they work for a company, can't get criminally prosecuted, and it all just becomes a money game. Limited liability corporation. So, without the law coming in and putting in its own will and enabling a crony version of capitalism, you're not going to have the need for, or the means by which a crash would occur to make happen what Marx was talking about. And, there are things that he said that were good. I mean, a lot of, economic rebuttal for free markets and everything can be, attributed to the things that Marx has said, but at the end of the day, he's just missed something fundamentally. And that was really, had more to do with lack of understanding of the state's kind of behind doors interactions with the corporations.
So I do have a question on that. So if you're, what did you say it was, anarcho-capitalist?
Yeah.
And you believe in free market and privatization, where do you draw the line on things like social Darwinism? Of, the lower classes just dying out because they can't make it?
Yeah, see, but we're social Darwinism in that way. It's like See, there's actually, if you would like this film that came out called Zeitgeist Moving Forward, and what it was it was the implementation onto you really of the real Marxist themes, and it talked about epigenetics, and it talked about basically how social Darwinism is not really in our society today because you're smarter than other people and you just happen to notice it, and the other people are just hopeless. It's really that society is not caught up with science. And they talked about how there's studies about how the son or daughter of two murderers, if they are beaten as a kid, abused as a kid, they will end up being a murderer more than likely. And if they have a good upbringing with that quote unquote murder gene, they'll end up being less violent than just a regular person who didn't have two murderous parents. And they go into epigenetics and try to instill this belief in equality on you. The problem with all of this is that when we get into talking about equality, it's not sustainable. And equality is the crutch in left-wing politics. And I would invite you to you can YouTube it. There's an ex-KGB agent, intelligence officer, that defected to the U.S. and he gives lectures on how the KGB planned to subvert the United States. And essentially, they wanted to get the left wing completely out of control, divide the country, and then come and cause a crisis in the country because left-wing politics and the unsustainable equality caused chaos. And then they would come in with their own puppet leader or during Civil War, whatever, and then they would build the country back up. And then all the liberals, because they would become disillusioned and basically rabid afterwards, they'd take them out back and shoot them. So social Darwinism, yes and no, but an outdated kind of thing. But at the end of the day, equality just isn't sustainable the way that that school of thought wants you to think. There always has to be a certain degree of competition. It's natural law. It does even itself out, for instance, I believe in completely abolishing the minimum wage. As much as people don't like to hear it, there are people who should earn $3 an hour. There's also other people that should earn $20 an hour, possibly even at a fucking McDonald's, around a bunch of other people who make $5 an hour. But at the end of the day, people will kind of get their due, and that's the thing that free markets allow. But with that understanding and with that kind of, especially in this day of age, daring belief about economics, comes the need for an extremely rigorous understanding of free markets and how this country has declined into regulation. We built the best economy in the world, and it has declined through regulation. Yes. Every turn that the lefties want you to believe about regulation being the reason that we protected this economy is wrong. Glass-Steagall is the only argument that they have again for deregulation being a bad thing, and it was a lot more complex than that. It's essentially a lie. At every turn, you can take deregulation, and through some rough patches in the way, it will help you grow the economy. And then people want to talk about like Denmark over in Europe. Sure, they can afford their socialism, but they're also not growing their economy. They're just sustainable. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm having video issues.
So do you think that the problem with capitalism lies that there's no cap? Thomas Jefferson said this in the preamble of the Constitution. He said, as long as there are evils to be suffered, you will suffer evils. It was somewhere along those lines. So really, is it the fact that we have allowed it to go too far, where people that wanted power, that they didn't reach for power, and that greed made them reach for more and more and more, and over time it built these giant let's call them hypothetical monsters that we know as corporations. But at the same point, if we brought in Trump, into the equation. He did mention that he wants to also lower the taxes on these giant, so to say, monsters, hypothetical monsters.
Cyril, I don't know if you want to throw any of your thoughts into this. Chilling.
So I'm good. I don't even know because he says he's gonna do this, but then at the same time, maybe he's gonna do that, but then the taxes is gonna get higher. Then that's the money that he might be using to build the wall because he said he's gonna get the Mexicans to build the wall. But when he went to Mexico, he talked to the president and he told him to kick rocks. It's like, no, I'm not building a wall. So if Mexico's not gonna build it, he's gonna have to do something to actually. If he's really gonna potentially get it done, he's gonna have to tax the shit out of us or get another way, shape, or form. And by lowering the taxes, it's like it's gonna be more. It's gonna go to. They're gonna take more out of Social Security and doing that. There's gonna be more taxes get pulled out, and then like the mortgages and everything's gonna raise and go higher, and we're gonna be more screwed than we already are at the moment. So, to come to think about it,
Yeah, I'm certainly no mathematical
yeah, me
economist.
That.
And that is a really delicate situation, rolling back the regulation that we do have. And a lot of people don't know this, but micro and macroeconomics was created after World War I, essentially to propagandize math. It basically just made all these mathematical equations so that the state could kind of manipulate things and make statements about the economy through mathematics. And so while it can be utilized in everything, you know what I mean? It would have to be. It still is based off of the prospect for propaganda. And that is not for that reason. That's why I wouldn't get too much into the mathematical aspect of economics. But I can't tell you how we would roll back the socialist state and legislations that we have right now. But just throwing something out there about corporate taxes. I mean, these guys get tax deductions because they grew the economy. They built jobs. And the idea is that they'll take that money that they don't have to pay in taxes and they'll turn around and they'll keep helping the economy. Now, if they do that, good. If they don't do that and they're doing backdoor deals and they're doing crazy crony capitalism and they're lobbying the state and they're not putting it back into the economy but into themselves, that's when we have a problem. And that's why we need the transparency. So, I mean, and I don't think anybody should pay taxes, as I've said. But, and the wall, I mean, even that, since the beginning, that's just kind of sounded goofy to me. I've never really actually believed it would get done.
Yeah. Sorry, but at the same time, he said he was to make like more army bases and shit like that, though. So it's like.
Yeah, I mean, he's very authoritarian, and he's definitely, he's no Jill Stein. But yeah, I mean, the way that we created these corporations is through their ties with the state. The thing about it is, if you have, I mean, there's always monopolization when we have government.
Yeah.
So that interaction allows them to get too big to fail. And then if we allow competition, if we take away the regulations and all that other stuff, yeah, it's ugly at first. There's going to be mom and pop stores that are paying people 30 cents an hour or some wacky shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the thing is that they don't have to follow by these regulations, which are specifically designed for, corporations that are lobbied through corporations. You get these, guess who's lobbying for raising the minimum wage? Big corporations. And guess who suffers? The small places that can offer competition. People go and they vote for raising the minimum wage, and then they lose their fucking job. And entire places shut down, and then, the only things that you can find in that town for a while end up being McDonald's and Walmart. So when you allow deregulation, it allows for, as goofy as it might seem now, the competition that allows for a chance for these smaller companies to do something. You know what I mean? We stifle businesses out of existence with regulation. We always have. So if we want to talk about, you know, how competition would affect the big corporations right now, I would just say that, you know, I'd be able to get a cheeseburger with competition right, you know, across the street from my local McDonald's, which is of much better ingredients for probably the same price and maybe a less shitty environment or something. And then people will pay for that, or they won't pay for that, and then it'll go out of fucking business. But at least it won't take, you know, a godly amount of upstart and franchising and all this other wacky shit in order for somebody to start another burger joint and another burger joint. Eventually it all evens out. You know, the market fixes itself, because market's just a term for people. And if you know, people pay for it if they want it. If they don't want it, they don't fucking pay for it.
Exactly.
You know, and we never asked for Walmart to have giant slave cities in China. You know, we never asked for Nestle to sell people's fucking water back to them. You know, that came from a whole different aspect of all of this.
To interject for a second, I have to compliment Jill. I love that mask. By the way.
Yeah, that
I'm
mask
trying to
is
get
badass.
super cuddling down in my Walking Dead blanket and stuff. It's really great. But thank you.
You're welcome. Continue. I just want to say that. That was it.
Oh.
Oscar's right. I mean, no, we didn't want to. We didn't expert this shit to happen. This shit's just happening, and
The other thing is, like, I mean, just change your worldview to all of this just being people. You know, just like you or me, or maybe you would have had, you know, maybe mommy and daddy would have paid for more school. Maybe they would have forced you to go to Cambridge or some shit. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's all just people. And when you break that down, this all starts to make a lot of sense. But when you have propaganda getting forced into your head, that's where these religious prestiges come from. And that's when you have irrational arguments like, oh, you hate the government? You think the government's the problem? It's like, yeah, I do, actually. What do you think we should do? Get fucking rid of it. Slap nuts? Like... and talk like that is just impossible to somebody that's, you know, has the mind of a child about all this stuff, but it comes from propaganda. And just look at the public school system. It was never made for people to be innovative or inventive. It was made to produce obedient factory workers during the Industrial Revolution, and it just never changed. You know what I mean? You were never supposed to be a dreamer.
To prove that point, if you go back to my one of my previous streams, I was talking about Plato's allegory of the cave. The reason why I brought that up is because it is a very good representation of what he's talking about. The propaganda or disillusion, as Oscar would say, is a way to get somebody to see something and base their perception. The first rule of law was to maintain status quo. So therefore, what they're trying to do is base an image of society that they want you to believe in. And as of right now, they want you to believe in that you need to consume this, you need to work a 9 to 5, you need to do this, you need to do this. But what makes all that true? Because they said so? Because they wrote it down on a sheet of paper? The thing is that the slaves in the caves, their heads were tethered and all they could see was what they could see. None of that, they didn't know truth. They didn't have a concept of reality until they left the cave. The whole key that people need to do is leave the cave.
Yeah.
And once you do, there's no going back.
To be fair, like as far as consumerism, it's called the hedonic treadmill, which is named after hedonism. Hedonism, if you look at the philosophers, you know, you look at Epicureans and you look at Cynics, and then you look at hedonistic kind of behavior is this need to consume, always needing bigger and better. And the idea of the hedonic treadmill is that as long as we're fed this idea that nothing we have is as good as our neighbors, in fact, these kind of items like Starbucks and nice cars carry this almost mystical quality of a totem, you know. Once you have this, you're the cool kid in school, or you know your husband's gonna want you more, etc., etc. And I think that's really, you know, Edward Bernays touched upon that because he had a large part to play in that when he revolutionized advertising. And I think a lot of what you have to look at is the hedonic treadmill. That's what drives you and I, you know, and that is pure propaganda. We are being told what to consume. And I know that a lot of people are like, oh, you know, Al Gore is the reason we all think that global warming is happening, whatever. Or Leonardo DiCaprio, it's his fault. But the fact is we do have something called the Pacific garbage patch floating out in the Pacific Ocean, made of all this fucking garbage that we're leaving behind, you know, and something has to be done about it. I know that's completely off topic. I ended up by taking oceanography, and I had to do like a huge project on.
Oh no, that's fine. I was gonna interject and say that I have a fucking fantastic meme that just says somewhere in Antarctica, and it's just a picture of fucking Al Gore with a big like satchel pack on the back and a flamethrower. somewhere in Alaska, Al Gore's keeping the dream alive.
Anyways, but the garbage patch is very real. It's very real, and it is because of consumerism and this shit that we always need to be bigger, better, faster, stronger.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost like I don't know if it play how much it plays to like needing or for that to be easily played to by the need for like instant gratification. I think this is probably like a very acute version of what I'm about to talk about, but I learned in behavioral biology that the number one difference between human beings and every single other animal in the animal kingdom is that we have bodies exactly like other animals, but we use it in ways that other animals just don't. And mentally, the most profound thing that we have to offer ourselves is that we are capable of thinking the more it is impossible, the more something must be true. And to use that as a personally moral imperative, hence religion. And I'm thinking now, you know, in this context, you know, the girl with the self-esteem problems, oh, I'll just get one more surgery. The kid who's got chronic fatigue, oh, I just need my coffee every morning. You know, that has to manifest in small and big ways throughout someone's entire life. It's constantly going. It's a proxy that's, you know, subconscious, that's always going on in a person's head. And you just don't see that in other animals. It's like and it's the same thing with like how we can control our bodies. Like I don't know, see somebody hot, you start secreting sex pheromones. And then you think to yourself, oh shit, am I secreting sex pheromones? And sure enough, you'll start secreting more sex pheromones.
Is that what I'm doing right now?
Say sex 5 times.
Exactly.
Yes, I did. No, but I shit you not. I had like a life crisis when I learned behavioral biology, and I would get hammered, and I would be waiting on hundreds of people a day at a deli. And I would fuck with people's heads by focusing in my oxytocin, which is like the bonding chemical basically, and my body language would change, my pupils would dilate, my voice would change almost as if I was a little bit gay, and people would fucking love me, and it was like the freakiest shit I've ever seen. I would do it to like groups of like 5 people at a time, and I'd wait on them, and then I'd go into the cooler and I'd slam a drink and be like, this shit ain't real. But the more I did it and focused on it, the worse it fucking got. So it's almost as if we can actually create these things out of midair. You know, the kid can go, hey, my chronic fatigue will go away if I just have my coffee every single fucking morning. Next thing you know, he's drinking coffee every fucking morning for years, and it actually is having that effect, even if you gave him a placebo coffee.
Technically, that is very much true. The reason why is because if you take into consideration that evolution happens because you're changing to adapt to your environment, which is a survival mechanism. It's the same reason why we tend to be better at certain subjects. You notice you're better at the subjects that you like. If you don't like a subject, you're bad at it.
Yeah.
You have to like the subject, so it's all mind over matter. If you convince yourself in your head you like that subject, you will naturally become better at it. It is exactly the same reason why there are geniuses, savants, is because if you suffer brain damage when you're a child, your brain will naturally try to compensate for that and grow part of your brain larger because it's survival. Your body naturally wants to survive and it fights. You might not think it on a conscious level, but subconsciously, that's what your body's trying to do, is survive and thrive.
Oh yeah, and your brain has amazing ways of doing that. Like autistics essentially have less electricity, so to speak, to create neural connections. Hence why they deal better with concrete things, because the neural connections stay in a smaller cluster. Whereas if you have somebody who's like a writer or an artist, they're all over the place. So these kids struggle with everything else, even regular communication, but the moment that they make neural connections that they can stay concrete with, like math, they're like, holy shit, I love this because it's easier, and for some reason everyone's treating me like I can do it really fucking well.
Yeah. Because, I mean, not to lie, math is not my strongest subject. I'm more like in spelling, reading, stuff like that. No matter how many times I try, I'm not gonna do the basic math, but algebra and the long division, shit like that, just like I can't. Like I quit. Like AB equals X, and like we'll find the lines or find the points and make this shit like that. It's just like I just can't understand it. Like this shit like hieroglyphics.
It's its own language, and they don't tell you that, and they also don't tell you what math is really used for, especially in social science. If you learn game theory, it's basically, the science of how to fuck hundreds of thousands of people over.
Huh.
I mean, like, you learn calculus and, all this shit. And then, like, you go, like, in the first lecture that I watched, the professor's like, okay, how many people are here are from America? All right, cool. And then he goes, and can't make this shit up. He goes, okay, now lower your hands, don't raise them again. He goes, how many people in this room are interested in reality? It ended up being, this subject about how it's a political science called game theory, where they break down human interactions into mathematical games that can be broken down into equations, and it gets all the way up into how they deal with people when politicians think of voters.
Yeah.
And it's really fucking interesting to see the science behind it, because they do not give a shit about you. I mean, in ways you would never even think until you took that class. It's like, really? Oh, okay, I'm fucking Y1 now. Alright, thanks, dude. Me and like 4 million other people are now Y1.
The class you took?
Game theory.
Game theory? Okay.
I mean, it's on YouTube from like Oxford. It's the same. I learned behavioral biology from YouTube also.
Well, math, technically, in its fundamental purpose, is actually just problem solving.
Right.
Calculus is your ability to critically think, technically. If I want to throw this out there, if A times B equals X, then A equals X divided by B equals true, or A equals X divided by B, or B equals X divided by A equals true.
It's all just the relations between numbers.
Exactly. Well, what you do on one side of the equation.
Into.
Yeah, what you do on one side of the equation, you can do you do the opposite on the other side. When it comes to algebra, it's just flipping it.
Yeah. Just making true statements that you can plug numbers into that will be true, with whatever numbers you plug into them.
Yep.
As long as the hypothesis remains true.
Exactly.
Where does Cyril go?
I think we lost him.
I don't know. God damn it.
We lost another one. Miss Anonymous. Since you went full anonymous
Yeah,
on
the
us.
bandana got hot. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I had to take it off.
And the mask isn't hotter?
No, not yet at least.
I actually
I've got
noticed. Oh, go ahead.
Nothing. I customized it with like really good padding. So it's like it's got plenty of breathing room in the sides around there.
That's a really good idea. I noticed when I wear my mask and stuff like that while I'm doing these live streams, I get too hot. That's why I don't wear things on my face often. I do sometimes though, for fun. Like my Pokemon hat. But that gets hot too. But
Anyways,
go ahead.
I did want to touch back on something that you guys were saying about being good at things that you find interesting. So there was a study done at Harvard about cheating. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear
I'll
you.
hold my mic over here. There was a study done at Harvard about cheating and about why students cheat and the percentage of students that cheat, and the type of classroom structures in which they cheat. And what they found is that most of the students who were cheating were doing it in these kind of classroom scenarios in which it was high risk, high reward. So it was the classes that had very heavily test-oriented classrooms. And so they did this huge kind of write-up about what they call intrinsics and extrinsic learning. Intrinsic learning, sorry, it's like garbage to speak in this mask. Intrinsic learning is learning something because you find it interesting and because you think you're going to be able to use it in the future. Extrinsic learning is anything that you use, it only stores in your temporary memory, which is why a lot of times when I go through these classes, for particularly things I give zero fucks about, I forget about it almost immediately after the test is over. And a lot of what they found about these kind of extrinsic people are that they're motivated by things like scholarships, praise, exterior sources, which would point to what you guys were saying about you're better at things and you kind of retain more of this information about shit that you care about. I just wanted to point out that was called intrinsic learning. Oh, hey, Sai's ready to come back. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I'll get him back in.
I do remember that study actually.
Actually,
Where I heard about it though.
that's exactly what I do. When I was in school, that's exactly what I would do. I would actually try to memorize 5 chapters before the test, and I would memorize it word for word out of the book. Not because reasons that I just wanted to pass the test, but for reasons because I love knowledge. I love to learn. I want to retain that knowledge. I loved going to school. So I would retain it.
I wish someone had told me that way back in high school. It is interesting how many, when you think about if they were to be more honest with people about what different things are used for, just be less politically fucking correct back in like early school, how many geniuses we would have in different areas. Because I know I might have gone for math. I have this theory about math where it's like the hardest bike you'll ever learn to ride, but once you learn it, you always have it. And then, I could imagine a million people that if you just stopped jerking them around, it would have been like, oh, so that's at the end of this game? All right, cool. Then I'll actually do my fucking homework.
Yeah.
But, instead, the way that they cram curriculum and the political correctness, it just destroys some people.
Which goes back to the whole disillusion and the basis of society, that they want you to believe that something's true. What they want you to believe is that you have to focus on just one subject. But if you actually took into consideration pretty much all of our geniuses, most of them within history were all polymaths, and what that really means is that they were a jack of all trades but a master of none. They did everything. They were artists, they were they stared at the stars. They did everything. They were mathematicians. All of that. They were polymaths. They didn't just focus on one study, but they're trying to tell you that in order to become a genius, you have to just focus on just one thing. I just got a beep somewhere.
I know, I'm trying to add his ass in, but I don't know how to use this shit.
I think we're here. Let's try this.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Einstein. He was a mathematician and a raging alcoholic.
Yeah. he was good at multiple things. It says Kyril's in here for some weird reason.
Yeah, that's what I saw too.
But it's only showing. What the heck? Let's do this.
What kind of voodoo magic did you get me in?
Voodoo magic.
Yeah, there's shit some voodoo magic. Can't get the shit. Hold on.
There should be
Oscar, can you get him?
There should be the link right on top of the on top of the post that he could click on. It should bring him right in.
I don't know. He's in your comments, Daniel. He's on your video. He said I got kicked. Add me back.
Oh yeah, I'll just I'll send him the link.
Somebody had said
I'll send everybody a link.
it was the first feed that we did today. Daniel, someone had said that you need to resend it every like certain amount of time. So maybe the link deletes itself after a while. I don't know. I see it when I go to the status, but throwing that out there.
I think he's calling you retarded.
Yes.
Yes. Very complex way of calling you retarded, so you'll never know.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
So remember earlier I was talking about how the CNN used Fallout hacking, like a screenshot from Fallout, try and show how the Russians hacked us? There's a more comprehensive article about this now. There's actually a website that replicates the hacking minigame from Fallout games, and they opened that up, and they made a screenshot out of that. I guess they thought it looked cool. It's go to some fucking unpaid intern. Hey, how do we make hacking look cool?
I know. Gotta get a permanent job at CNN for this one.
Knobs.
I just got a random message from somebody. That's cool. Well, I sent Kyril a link in both the post, and so did Jill. Both in the post and in a
Yes.
PM. Did you message him? I didn't see that he messaged me. Did you let him know in the
I
message?
did, yeah. There's somebody in our chat named Reed. Do you guys see that?
Yeah, who's Reed?
On Hangouts?
Yeah, look, go look. It says Reed, and then it says no mic. They have no mic.
Somebody else joined? Oh, that's Susie.
It
Susie,
Who's Susie?
Susie, your mic's off. Susie's my girlfriend.
Oh shit.
I lied. It's probably a guy.
They flashed in and they said read.
I lied.
I lied. Oh, Susie's just messing around. Doesn't have a mic or a camera.
Susie, why you tease us like that?
You know, love us long time.
I do like
Come
being
back.
teased though.
You seen the meme of the Asian chick wearing like the straw hat and then a shirt that says "Will not love you long time"?
No.
Great.
That's amazing.
Great. So, Susie, if you open up the chat box on the left-hand inside, you might be able to type to us. We can party like it's 1997.
I could actually, 1997. I could actually show the chat box along with the screen in OBS, so you could see both the chat box and your guys, you guys, talking. If I can get this right.
Well, damn, aren't I just useless? You think you fucking know a guy.
There we go. You are very helpful, thank you.
Like that, soft-spoken there we go. Kind of like, The Painter on Netflix.
Are you talking about Bob Ross?
Bob Ross, yes, that dude.
Oh, Bob Ross.
Paint these happy little Anon masks.
Just a happy little click here.
Happy little clouds.
Wow. I have painted on some Anon masks. I'd have to go find them though. I have like 30 or 40 anonymous masks that I've doodled on.
Jesus. Wait, 30 or 40 and you have to find them?
Yeah, I was cleaning. I don't know where I put them. I put them somewhere.
You're living out of a fucking storage unit right now and you don't know what block it's on?
Pretty much. It's in one of these rooms somewhere. I do have my Anon mask in front of me, but like I said, it gets hot. I could wear it on my head like Jill was doing earlier. Like all the cool,
Do it.
like all the cool kids. There we go.
Oscar, I think he's saying you're not cool.
Right over
Such
my head.
shade! You guys are all sorts of salty.
Salty as fuck.
It's because Kyril ditched us after the math comment.
Yeah, that's secretly been my problem for the last 20 fucking minutes.
I'm mad at Chet. I'm still mad at his ass.
Because he left to go fat.
Yeah.
Probably all like, man, thank God I got out of there as early as I did. He's watching this right now, like that motherfucker. Talking about me and my interracial relationship.
Chet's all under his blanket like this. Oh, Daniel. Oh God, Daniel.
That's really Jill later, I'm sure. That's why she did that so well.
Jerking motion up and down. You got that right.
Yeah. We all knew you had a peen. Don't lie.
The internet said it, so it must be true.
Exactly, Edward.
I wonder if the googly eyes on the thing he made are as dark as the one on your mask.
Foul.
Oh shit. See these fucking tangents, man. I love them.
We get into anarcho-capitalism, we get into the dissolution of law, but every now and then we need to talk about fucking googly eyes.
Exactly. Exactly.
Saving the world, you have to stop for foulness.
Isn't that what we call the laws?
Yes, for to lols.
Do it for the laws. We did it
Get
for
that
the laws.
tattooed on my hands.
Dude, that would be awesome.
Get knuckle dusters that say the number 4 and then TEH and then lols.
That is a phenomenal idea.
Oh my God, that would fit like perfectly.
I know, but remember where you got it first, bitches. I'm probably not gonna do it because I'm a pussy.
I'll do it.
I have quite a bit of tattoos. I might. I could. I might not, but I could, I suppose. Do you not have any tattoos, Oscar?
No, but I want to get the Anon symbol on my shoulder.
Like old school Anon symbol, like with the branches and all that? Or like the mask?
Branches. No, the old school one. Like the question, the man in the suit and the question mark and the...
Yeah, but they're olive branches on the outside, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Shit,
mean.
is that what those things are?
Yeah, I'm 99% certain they're
Thought they
all
were
inverted.
ball ticklers.
Ball ticklers.
Only Daniel's. They're
Yes,
made with Daniel's balls in mind.
exactly.
Huh?
That's why I shave, so they can tickle my balls more.
I was
Daniel,
like,
do you
man,
have any tattoos?
Yeah, I have my cross and angel wings on my back.
Nice.
That
Nice.
that one took 4 hours, and he dug really deep in my skin. I've had it for about 7 years, and it hasn't faded at all. He actually did it wrong. Technically, he fucking made me bleed like a stuck pig. And really, what it is a big scar with a lot of ink in it.
Nice.
probably a liberal and knew exactly who you were.
Yeah. I knew
My
it.
fucking candidate's gonna lose. It's gonna be his fault, and I want him to feel it.
And then Susie's over there asking me what I was doing when I was trying to pack my cigarette. I think she's flirting with me. I think she thought I was fapping.
Yeah, buddy.
You caught me,
You got her all
Susie.
excited.
Yeah.
What's
What?
that, Mr. Party already?
Well, I was thinking of you, Kyra, while I was doing it. So.
You're late to the party. The fapping already started, bro.
Oh, nice. I just got there just in time.
Pack those cigarettes for you so tight he's gonna get a free carton of Newports.
Party. I'm on my way.
The sad thing is, he
Below the
probably is on his
26
way.
line, slap nuts.
Stupid.
So what about you, Cyril? Cyril, how do you want me to pronounce that?
Cereal.
So however you want.
Cyril. Bestie. So, Bestie, do you have any tattoos?
I have 9.
Oh my god. I've got y'all beat.
I got 3 on my chest and 3 on each arm. How many you got, Missy?
I've got 4. I've got 4 very large ones. I know, right? I've got, these ones are like the easiest to get to. So, there you go. I've got all those on either side. I'm not stripping, don't get all fucking excited.
Damn it.
But I do have a white rabbit right there too. I don't know if you can see it.
That's it.
You got
And
my.
then I have almost this like on my back shoulder.
Okay.
It's a sugar skull.
She has
There you go.
she has my kitty on her arm. My white rabbit.
Your white rabbit?
Yeah, it's my cat.
I have a bunch of piercings too. That's probably what I have more of. I like my ears gauged. I have an industrial. I have my lip pierced. I have a cartilage piercing over there.
Spent the first
And then I have a couple more.
minutes of this live feed trying to put my fucking ring in my nose.
I can see it. You have a septum piercing, right?
Yeah.
Do you usually keep it like flipped up or?
No. Most of the time it's out. The reason I got it is because I could flip it up.
Yeah.
No, most of the time it's out. When I was like in the beginning of the feed, I was like over here, and I was like, you would see me like every like 3 seconds. I would just be like, fuck. Fail. Just look at everybody and be like, all right, I have participation points. Fuck.
You have a lot of participation points.
Who, me?
All of you guys do. You guys all get
More
A's.
than you.
Yeah, you guys all get A's. What do you mean?
Yes.
I have like 20 live streams with me doing nothing but ranting, and some of them are drunken, where I didn't even know what the fuck I was talking about.
Your political career is fucking over.
Yeah.
We didn't even get a dick tonight, Daniel. What the fuck?
Wow.
No, he got so drunk apparently about a month ago that he stood up, pantsless,
What the fuck? I'm glad.
and just like walked away, and everybody immediately screenshotted it and sent it to him the next day. He didn't remember it, supposedly.
No,
I knew I'd get to the bottom of this story by the end of the night.
I still don't
I
remember
can
that.
leave now.
I still don't remember that.
Oh,
If that really
does.
happened. Did that really happen?
I don't know.
The internet said it. I've seen proof, so something happened.
Christopher Weimer saw it and was like, Sabu?
It's- well, I know.
From England, you mean? The fuck's hard.
I know one night I did fucking there. I had a bunch of chats open. I was drunk as fuck, so I just started sharing my peen in all of the chats that I was in.
Yes, yes, make time to sing your pain, dude. No homo.
What'd you say? No
Next
homo
time
what?
I sing his pain in private chats, like group chats or some shit like that. He just randomly just spamming them shits all over the place. It's like, dude.
He sent you his dick? Don't act like you didn't like it.
No homo.
He said I should be a porn star after he seen my pee.
Oh, shit.
I could screenshot that. And he said no homo, but I knew what it really meant. Homo all the way.
You have a really nice dick. No homo, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't make me get Jessica on you again.
Yeah, don't get me in trouble.
She gonna put you back in the corner.
Call the feds and be like, I have some intimate information about a member of Anonymous.
No, yeah, you don't gotta call the Fed. There's one right next to you.
Hold on, guys. Speaking
There's
of
a
that,
Russian Fed on this live chat right here with us. So
hey, Jess.
Hello?
Hey, Jess.
Are you awake?
Jazz.
Yeah, I'm awake.
He's acting up again. He's misbehaving.
Kairo's telling on me. I'm actually in the live stream. If you want to join me.
Only if I get to watch.
Call me when you're done.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay.
Okay,
Goodbye.
I'm race quitting now. I'm race quitting. Just so y'all know, just for that.
Had a great opportunity of spam. That would have been a terrible idea. I was gonna open up the Church of Euthanasia website and send it.
Oh, send him.
Jill, come
There's
on.
just a
You're
big,
killing me here.
just a big fucking picture of the Twin Towers and some dumb bimbo behind them licking the side of the tower.
Do it. If you've got the angel and the devil, like Jill's the devil, like right there, telling you what to do.
Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, Jess
There
joined
it is.
us in chat. Hey, Jess. Kairo's definitely gonna tell on me now.
Hey, Jazz, listen. He's misbehaving. He said he's gonna send his pink pic again. And
Jess,
said
don't
that-
let him lie. He wants it.
And he said
He wants it.
that he should be a porn star. He's the one that gave the idea.
No.
He said, how would you think about me being a porn star? Then he asked me how or what he should do. He doesn't know where the application is, so I'm gonna go to California. Then he has more than enough. There's more than enough agents over there for him to actually become that shit.
No, I could screenshot that. You're like, no, for real, for real. Fucking no homo. I got proof.
I'm race play now. Uh-uh.
Drop the Church of Euthanasia in the chat there. You asked, motherfuckers, you sick bastards.
I can't with you.
The enabler, you asked for it. You know I got even more fucked up shit than that. All you gotta do is ask. You fucked up.
I even tried to spread around that I have a small peen. It didn't work.
Oh god. Yeah, okay, Mr. Small Pink Group.
Yeah, I even started a group for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Tiny Peen support group.
Yeah, exactly. For fuck's sake.
Start spreading around that it's so small you didn't have to get circumcised. They're just like, if it's a warm day, this surgery doesn't need to happen. It's good.
I can't with you. I'm done.
Well, since that night, though, freaking now I've been called Cucumber. Jess now just calls me Cucumber. Everybody thinks I stick freaking vegetables in my pants, but I am a vegetarian, or I'm not a vegetarian. So fucking I don't stick cucumbers in my pants.
Fucks red meat.
No, exactly. You can't be a vegetarian because you're not conformist. You're not belong to any group.
Exactly.
So.
I have a question. If you were a vegetarian, wouldn't it never last because you'd just be snacking on your own stash?
I don't That's a good question.
No, that's a good
But-
question, right? If you kept a cucumber down there and you were legit a vegetarian, wouldn't you just eat it?
Yeah, if I was hungry.
I don't know. People that
Starving
don't
in
eat
the jungle.
Fucking get some ranch dip, or I think it's ranch dip.
Like,
You can dip your
afford-
fucking vegetarian vegetable in Chet's ranch dip.
Jet's ranch dip.
Christ.
His special sauce.
That's racist. I'm telling Chet now.
God damn it.
That's racist.
Things get weird at night.
Remotely. It was like, that was
Sausage.
quick, and now I'm gonna have to tell him later what you did.
Jill, this is Fed Book Uncut right now.
Fed book
Right? I
uncut,
know, we're terrible.
uncensored.
Fed Book Uncut. Fed Book Uncut.
Well, we went from very, very intelligent conversations to talking about cucumbers and beans and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
No,
the
only-
ANCAP,
it-
dude.
no, now see if April's in here, she'd be talking about boobs.
True, true.
She just randomly pops up boobs, like okay,
Yeah.
yes please.
Yeah. Yes, please. We're not
Should've-
pervs at all.
No.
Yo,
No,
bro, you want
no.
some boobs? I've got like the anonymous nudie stash I can send you.
Okay.
I actually got an unsolicited tit pic the other day. It was the best thing that
Oh,
ever happened to me.
Jill,
Yeah,
Jill,
who
you
was
know-
it?
Jill, you know my PM already, so send away.
I'm sorry, Susie. For all the newcomers, I swear to God, we were talking about like Marxism and social Darwinism not long ago.
Then we heard
Ooh.
Then I heard the word Darwinism, and I was like, monkey, naked, anything. All right, we're good.
I can't with you. I'm dead.
Well, Jess said she has some boobs, and my mind just deviated. Oh,
Send up.
oh, really?
Hey, she's the
That
person that
didn't-
said that shit. Hey, she got a B at
I'm
the
an equal
moment, so,
opportunist.
I like boobs.
Life ruining. Up.
No, I mean to be completely honest, I think Jill has more of a stash than me, Oscar, and Daniel put together. So I don't know.
It's true. I don't have a bigger one than Eddie though. Eddie sends me some of his.
Yeah,
Not
Eddie-
nudes of him, but nudes that he's gotten. Most
Yeah.
that I would prefer not to see, but nah, we added it.
Yes. Yes, I mean we've been spanned ones we didn't want to see a few times, but I'm just leave it at that.
Well,
If I have to see some of those, then you have to see some of those.
For fuck's sakes, not every fucking 3 minutes. It's like you want to see. It's like there's somebody saying news. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I don't know. It's like the same the 8 new pictures all the fucking time. It's like, dude, if it's not.
Oh
that,
no,
it's
I got some new ones this last week. I don't know that you would want them though.
Oh god.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna lie. He sent me another one that I really was not interested in seeing, and it's just I just wake up to that shit. It's like surprise, like.
Did I force you to watch to look at the one of the old woman, the one who's like 60?
No.
I'm not gonna
No?
drop names, but he knows who she is.
Oh god, no. Be right
Bill's
Be
ideal
right back, kill
society.
yourself.
You suffer with her on that one.
I'm killing self. I'm killing self. I'm done.
The good thing about, getting these nudes online, though, freaking, if I'm ever hungry, the first thing that pops in my mind is Arby's.
Right?
Oh god.
Arby's.
I think we all know who you're talking about with that
Exactly.
one.
We know who you're referring to at the moment, but no names.
We won't mention names in here.
No.
We're nice people.
Cough, cough.
Cross his fingers.
Chet and I have this running joke that it's like when you're in a school play in high school, and you get caught in the curtains. There's all those fucking like layers of curtains.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jess wants to know who we're talking about.
Tell her PM her.
Oh, yeah.
What? Cairo, she can hear you.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
but
Jack,
why-
I'll get you in a second. Get
I
me
don't.
in, okay?
Why? You,
I didn't know she was still there.
I'm-
Oh,
I'm-
Jesus
I'm-
fucking Christ.
I'm like your guys' freaking message man. Hey, could you tell them this?
Hey,
They can hear you.
I called somebody meat flaps during an argument because
What the
Meat
she
flops.
wasn't very amused. But my theory on that is don't post them to the internet if you don't want that brought up.
fuck? Exactly. And watch who you send them to
Yeah,
before you
meat
do
flaps.
that
If you want to piss a girl off during an argument, call her meat flaps.
shit.
Now I'm not talking to any girl. I'm talking to a girl with her nudies out there.
Well, you got to picture,
send
you
them
know.
from one
I plead the
person
fifth on that one because
sent to gulag for being a capitalist slime.
Oh, cool.
You got to think of, you know, like when a woman with really big lips like queefs, is it? You got to think, is it like tectonic plates smacking together, or is it like freaking, you know, like just a small rumble?
It's like underneath.
You know what's especially
Keystone.
confusing? Women, like, if a dude were to mention a girl's nudes during a fight, they'd be like, oh my god, you misogynist, you misogynistic pig, you know, you chauvinistic pig. But, like, if a girl calls another girl meat flops during an argument, they don't know what the fuck to do.
Jessica, check your PM.
Jessica,
Just check your PM.
it's in your PMs. If you want the nudes, they're probably in my inbox somewhere.
Okay, I'll look. For fuck's sakes.
We'll just do like a dead drop. We'll just leave it somewhere.
Hey, I announced myself as the backup man, so
Let's drop it into WikiLeaks, the secure WikiLeaks drop site.
It's the Russians. The Russians hack these girls' camps.
Joe, stop being a fed. Stop telling on us. Jesus fucking
If the
Christ.
God damn it.
Are listening, Sierra Echo November Delta November Ultra Delta Echo Sierra.
Foxtrot.
Foxtrot. He doesn't even know what's going on. He just wanted to say something.
Yeah. I thought we were just.
Send nudes.
Jessica, you always rushing?
Send nudes in army speak.
Or even if you don't send them, like, they'll make their way our way anyways, eventually.
Eventually. They get
We
passed
see all.
around. They get passed around somehow. They just. I don't know how that happens.
I mean, we need some sort
Oh,
of
sorry,
image
Crystal.
data
Sorry.
for encryption.
Crystal's 13-year-old is laughing at us. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Crystal.
Muffin ears.
Sorry,
Muffin
Chris.
ears.
Didn't mean to.
Muffin ears. Didn't we put a parental guidance thing on this?
Yes, I
I think
did
so.
say viewer discretion advised. So
You
It's
sure?
not
He
my
said he's
fault if
not
I
being
ruin
known,
lives
I don't-
tonight.
He's, like, chewing us out, so that's good.
Not my fault
Okay,
if I
news
ruin lives.
she laughed at the meat flops.
I wonder what
Anywho.
words been said more tonight: meat flaps or capitalism. We'll have to start tallying the next time we do this.
Yeah,
I think Sock might take the case.
Get some.
Sock.
Yeah, we might have to catch up to sock.
well, actually, speaking of this, Jess brought up a good point. She was put on the chopping block the other day. You know how a lot of people don't advertise themselves and stuff like that. Well, somebody didn't know who she was and thought that it was a fake account, and then accused her of being somebody else. You know, people. We tend to not trust well. If you guys haven't noticed, you know, especially when people hide their profiles. We either think they're feds or they're fucking shit like that. And you know, innocent people sometimes do get put on the chopping block. Like Jess was recently. How do you guys feel about that? You know, what if you were an outsider and you were put on the chopping block at any given time?
Huh.
Which one are you asking?
Yeah,
Yeah, go.
moderate.
All right, let's start with Kyril first.
Why me? Can't we start with the dead first? No, but honestly, that's really a hard question for me to answer because Anonymous is supposedly unknown. But then when shit like this happens, and if I didn't know anything about Anonymous, then I would accuse the same person as being a Fed or highly secured or high security person that's being protective of the information for obvious reasons.
But she's kind of like me. She's hidden in plain sight. She has her pics, her family on her profile. You
Yeah,
know what
no,
I'm saying?
okay, fine. Then if that, then yes, automatically a Fed because Anonymous is not supposed to be known. If they're not supposed to be known, then I got their family pictures and shit like that on there. I mean, figuratively speaking. But like I said before, if I knew nothing about Anonymous, I'll think it is a Fed. I think it's a Fed or some type of high security of something, some way, shape, or form.
All right.
Okay, Oscar, you can.
What was the question like? Just reiterate the question really quick. Like,
To reiterate the question, why do we put people on the chopping block? Why do we not trust specific people like right off the rip? We tend to have that even
okay.
though we're anonymous, we tend to have that conformist attitude still because we all
Yeah.
know each other and we put ourselves in groups.
Well, you have to understand. I mean, Anonymous used to be comprised of all old fags who were doing ops, and that was your membership into Anonymous. Was you were actually doing ops, you were hacking, you were meeting in encrypted groups and shit like that. And then Sabu and all those other things went down, which broke a lot of that up. I mean, people were indicted. You know what I mean? People went to fucking jail. So, when you look at the history of Anonymous, and it's well documented, all you have to do is watch a couple documentaries on Netflix. If you, and we're not that old either. You know what I mean? When you take a blow like that, it takes a long time for that to kind of die down. And there's a lot of people talking right now about how we're either dying down or resurging or whatever. So I think it's appropriate what we do right now because it's earned. Like I just migrated accounts. The ease with which I did that was earned over the course of 5 years. You know what I mean? And like Chet and all of us, like we have associations with people. That's just basic loyalty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have no obligation to outsiders or anybody for that matter to not give them some hoops to jump through. Just kind of be like, hey, who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? After some of the things that happened, people are lucky that we're not just doxing the shit out of everybody. I'm not saying we would make it public and be assholes about it, but there is that's part of the culture too. So I think when we're talking about like dox people putting out in the open and making a major example of somebody, like, yeah, don't be a dick, but I think people should expect us to have a guard up at all times. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that part of it. So why we do it, different reasons, but it should be expected.
Jill, what's your perception?
No, I'm sorry. Sorry, Jill. Go ahead.
So, as like the resident female, I've had a lot of experience with this kind of stuff. Some people think I get picked on a lot. Chet has repeatedly say like, I don't know why people fucking come after you the way they do, Unfortunately, it's kind of a side effect of the cyber culture. We women have this kind of Madonna whore complex thing going on, we're either like I'm not gonna name names, but there's somebody that goes by the moniker like Mama Wolf out there, and she does damn good work. Damn good work. And there's like this mother figure, and if you're not some sort of mother figure, then you are a slut. I mean, there's no way around that. I've been called a slut. I don't even have nudies out there. I've heard that people have tried to find my nudies. It's degrading for people to pass your nudes around, and they can like
Definitely.
existentialize you down to being meat flaps, for instance.
Exactly.
Which is, I think, another reason I go so hard on the meat flaps kind of thing the way that I do, is because it is, as a female on the internet, you have to be your own biggest ally. You have to take care of yourself. You have to. Now, in Jessica's case, where she says that she's not anonymous, her profile's completely open, unfortunately, when you get involved in the people that are anonymous, because it is anybody can be anonymous. Anonymous is just an idea. You get shitbags, and I mean that in the nicest fucking way possible. But you have these people like Pedro who run around and they target women, or you have, I myself was doxxed at one point because I gave my phone number to somebody that I trusted, which that was kind of my really hard lesson on not trusting anybody anyways. Ask Chet. I mean, I love Chet. We talk all the time. He still doesn't have my phone number. And people, there are people that will social engineer you and they will fucking use you to get what they want. And the moment they have what they want, be it nudies or your associations or whatever it may be, they'll dip out. They'll throw you under the bus and they'll run. And it sucks, Jessica, and I fucking feel for you. Trust me. A lot of people know I have a family. I am single. I'm not saying that I'm married or anything, but I do have a family. And recently, there's been some anons that have been going around saying that George Lennox raped my child. I mean, what kind of fucking sick motherfucker is it that sits around, wants to be a pedo hunter, but sits there and thinks about all the different people that could be fucking children? I'm not talking like, oh, we gotta get these people. I'm talking like just gossip mongering bullshit, And unfortunately, actually, Daniel, I think Daniel recently went through the same thing with Pedro. Maybe it was somebody that had a child in their picture. It was like, oh, well, you have a baby in your picture, therefore you're a pedo. I mean, this shit's retarded.
Yeah, it was
No
me.
matter which way you fucking paint it, this shit is retarded. And unfortunately, a lot of what you're running across now, I'm a lot newer than maybe Oscar. I'm a lot newer than Sai. I'm a lot newer than Chet. We've got to protect ourselves, dude. Unfortunately, a lot of what we're running across now isn't playing by the same old rules. Or rather, like Oscar was saying, they just dox everybody. It creates a nice, even platform.
Yeah.
I'm friends with somebody that's what he does. Dox them and go, You know who they are, they know who you are, and you just move on.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, this shit sucks. As bad as it may sound, but now it's this, like, right now, the ground requirement of actually being anonymous is once in a while, you will get doxxed in any way, shape, or form. And it's complete bullshit, but still. I mean, because once in a while, you guys put in all the infighting, all the bullshit that's going on. And I mean, you get close to some people, and you give personal information to them, and then as soon as you turn their back, or you disagree with them in any way, in any point of time, or any way, shape, or form, they're gonna sit there and try and put your personal information out there, and you try to use that shit against you. But then for me, it's like, I mean, obviously I don't want to be doxxed, but I mean, come for fuck's sake, look at my profile. It says I live in Atlanta, so I give no fuck about that. My real name is there. I think my number's there, possibly not. But I mean, like you, Daniel, and other family knows my personal information, and I take this shit to heart. So if you part of the family, I'm gonna trust you. If I'm gonna do something first, I'm gonna tell you. If you don't keep your word, okay, then fuck you. I'm gonna destroy your shit. But still, besides that, family is family. I mean, and even in real life family, it's like me, and my brother and sisters fight, and I mean, we fight, we get over it, and I mean, we don't hold any hard feelings. But the way this shit is on the interwebs, this shit is ridiculous, and they want to hold grudges and shit and keep attacking you and bring up old shit whenever they feel like it, or just sit there and take shots at you for no apparent reason. It's like, come the fuck on, we're a family. Our family's gonna fight, but that doesn't mean you could sit there and to start doxing people and giving your personal information out there.
There's a difference between infighting and starting mini wars.
Exactly, because right now it's not even infighting no more. It's just I got a problem with this person. It's a civil war. I'm getting everybody I know in this shit, and either we get into it or we realize it's a civil war. Instead of trolling the fuck out of them, we realize it's a civil war, and then it's like, no, fuck this. It's not my fight. It's like I respect both parties because we're both cool. If you and that person has a problem, that has nothing to do with me. I mean, we're both besties, but I mean, okay, you disagree with them, and they said something that you didn't like, instead of sitting there taking up with them and try to hear their side of the story or understand why they said that or why they did that, instead of attacking them and want to dox them and put this shit out there, is the big difference. I mean, instead of talking to somebody, instead of one sitting there and just put this shit on blast for no fucking reason. But like Jill was said, it's like what Jill was saying. It's like as soon as somebody starts fighting, whatever, and it's a female, whoever has it, whoever's fighting with them, depending on how the person really, depending how the person really is and how true they are to the family, they're not gonna start sending news everywhere for no fucking reason just because they're mad at you.
Well,
I mean, that person trusts you enough to send you the news and give you that information for whatever purpose or reason. I mean, maybe you used to like them, maybe you used to date, whatever, and it's more disrespectful. I mean, this shit is disrespectful, even just friends, and y'all just flirting and messing around, whatever. But if you used to date and then it didn't work out, and for you to have the heart to really actually spam this shit like that and give all the information, it's like, so you wasn't real to begin with. So what the fuck?
Let me just also point out, you brought up being real to the family, and remember, Anonymous did go to war with a revenge porn website.
Yeah.
Like, we're really not about that at all. You know what I mean?
No,
And that's
no,
a pretty low. Yeah, no, I'm just, kind of pointing that out. So, like, we also have to stay true to kind of the culture of why we're here and everything else. I mean, if you want to start a troll group of people that are going to blast out nudes, take your fucking mask off, find another one, and make your own little fuck game somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
No, and I will quick apologize, just real quick, Daniel. I didn't exactly realize how intense the quote-unquote attack was. I was talking pretty general about this whole thing, so...
Well, no, I understand. I'm just saying, though.
Let me throw this out there real quick. I was reading in the comments, somebody said that the first thing that you need to know is hide your face. The thing is that I'm not hidden. If I am hidden, it's in plain sight. The people that I am trying to hide from work for the government. I shouldn't have to hide myself from other people. The people were never my enemy. The fact that I have to hide myself from other people is degrading to our culture. That we attack each other, we judge each other. It goes against the movement in general. Who are we fighting against? The government or each other?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
In my case, yeah, I mean, I'm already fucked. You know what I mean? I've already had cyber cases.
I mean, Oscar, no, come on, bro. Like, seriously. Just go on my page and you can see all my fucking pictures, my family pictures. And this is my in real life profile. So my family members and everybody's on there. So obviously I'm gonna have a shitload of pictures on me on it. I give no fucks, but I'm just saying. I mean, now, but like Jill said, I'm still like a new fag. So, I mean, I just got into this shit, and then I was doing my research, and yeah, I've noticed that everybody's been hiding this shit, so I'm learning, but I got most of it down packed, and so, I mean, look at my profile picture now. It's me, but I'm still hidden, though.
And to be honest, when Jill brought up Pedro, attacking me because I had my son in my picture, I really didn't get that. How does that... It's on social media. I really didn't get it. It still doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not allowed to be proud of having my son? What?
No, but,
how many women are out there, taking pictures of them in the hospital bed, having their kids, all over the internet, but because I'm holding my son, I'm a bad person?
No,
Pedro's just a dumbass. Don't let that get to you, dude. Like, he literally... I can't even tell you. They went behind and they were sending messages to people, and the only reason we knew is because we were getting screenshots at the same exact time. We had people implanted in his chats. He didn't even fucking know it. They were using other profiles. And what ended up happening is we caught them plotting to tell people, and Chet knows about this. Chet was helping us. I'm not going to name many other names because they don't know a lot of people, and I don't throw people under the bus, but they already know that Chet's in on it because, Pedro's got it out for fucking Chet now too. But they were plotting to tell people that me, Norma Martinez, Mark Lubbers, and Ari Vandermas all run a pedo ring. I mean, no fucking proof. Obviously, there is no proof. They literally just said, oh yeah, did you know? Are you fucking kidding me? This is fucking anonymous now? Really?
Well, it's not.
I don't know. Just
The
this
point.
shit like mind blowing to me.
No, to add more shit to that, it's complete bullshit because obviously I'm not naming no names, but then I've been told recently the reason why Paige was attacking me and half of fucking Anons is because we're protecting Anonymous is supposedly protecting pedophiles. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? And that's why he said he supposedly hacked me and sent me a screenshot of me being in Georgia and had a Google Maps screenshot of somewhere nowhere near fucking Georgia. So it's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
No, this guy's retarded. He's literally retarded. What he does is he uses women. He comes into these chats, and when he does come into these chats, he always has a short list of women behind him. I'm not gonna drop names right now, but you fucking know who you are, and I'm gonna keep harassing you. Anyways, so they're out there. You know, there's about 3 or 4 of them that are constantly hanging on his taint, and I'm not gonna let it go. There's a couple of men that hang on his taint as well. I'm not gonna let that shit go either. No matter how many times they change their profiles, I'm still gonna fuck with them. So, you know, I honestly, you know, in all of this discussion, this is, I think, the issue. Accountability. People aren't willing to take accountability for what they do and what they say anymore. A lot of people say this dumb shit. They don't expect it to be screenshot, you know, and then particularly in running across the person that said I run a fucking pedo ring when I threw screenshots up, and I was like, what about this, bro? Oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. And then the woman, exactly, when I confronted her, that's what she said. Oh, it wasn't me. We were sitting in your fucking chat for months, you dumb cunts. Like, we were watching you, and you thought nobody else was watching you. I'm not gonna let this go. We have, like, 200 plus screenshots of this shit. It's time for us to fucking clean this shit out, you know? We have to, because to an extent, we are protecting these people. Like, it's like the idiots are fucking coming together and they're forming these idiot alliances. Like, Meat Flaps, for instance. Meat Flaps fucking hangs out with Weimers, who hangs out with Carrie Sue Hemlick, who hangs out with Robin, who hangs out, I mean, it's like 6 degrees of separation retardation edition. Like, I can't deal with these fucking people. Anyways, I'm off of my rant now, but...
No, that was fantastic.
It was. Even Crystal said, I liked you. I liked you a lot. Jill is going to war.
Now you guys know why people hate me. So we lost Sai again.
It's just speaking the truth, and, you know, that's what we're all about. And when people want to fuck with that, it does go against what we are, but that's why we have to also be very... stand behind the fact that you have to do more than just wear a fucking mask. And that's all there is to it. I can go on eBay and buy a $3 mask, but everybody knows I'm an Anon because I can tell you in 5 minutes you can learn that I'm a fucking old fag, just the way that I am. Now, other people that, you know, it's just not going to work. The shit that these people are doing is not sustainable in the least bit. And part of that is because we're not going to let it fucking fly. But on the other hand, at the end of the day, you know, we all realize who the real ones are and are not. And I think that's what burns a lot of these fucking idiots out is, you know, that they know they're fucked. They burnt their bridges. They burnt their credibility. They burnt any identity that they used to have with us. And now they're just the fuck boys. And that's it.
Did you say the fuck boys?
Yeah.
I like that.
They're not
Meat Flaps and friends.
They're not just fuck boys. They're fuck boys.
Double the potency, double the fuckery.
But yeah, I mean, imagine what that would be like to be such a retard that you see this movement like Anonymous and you try and get predatory on it and it comes and it fucking eats you alive. And then you spend the next several years of your life back and forth between motherfuckers in this movement. I mean, they to them, it might be like the last sliver of, like, reason to fucking exist is just to piss us off when we have much better fucking things to do. You know what I mean? These guys are not exactly smart. They're not exactly, going places in life. They're just making us fucking annoyed.
And,
And, for our sake, we have to clean up house a little bit.
and we can spot these idiots a mile away because we also know uh, that who the real enemy is and what our our intentions are. It was never about this drama. It was never about this infighting. It was, we're all gonna have our differences, and we have to accept each other's differences, and we are all a little bit crazy, but at the end of the day, what are we trying to do? What are we trying to accomplish? And when somebody deviates from that, it's just a red flag. You could see that person is not going towards the same goal. It's just obvious.
You can fucking smell it.
Yeah.
Rampant. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not too worried about it. It's just, you gotta. It's twofold. Not give them too much of your time and energy, and make it, and play their game, but also let people know that's not us. Really that simple, And I can't believe I'm hearing fucking Weimers' name for the second time in 2 days.
Love it.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna go make a Mr. Sacco and write fucking Weimers on it.
He disappeared
Don't
for
give it the
fucking.
pet.
He disappeared for like what was it, like 2 years or something like that, and then he just started commenting in 2016 again.
Yeah, I learned about him after he came back. I had no idea who the fuck he was, and I've been in this shit for years.
So I don't even really know. Like, I've seen him kind of on the peripheral. He's always kind of been in the wrong places at the wrong times, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
But he's never done anything explicitly to me. But from what I heard, and this is like the really unfortunate part of Anonymous, or at least the current incarnation of Anonymous, is I heard, and I don't know if there's any sort of validity to it, but I heard that Weimers was one of those people who at one point was kind of optimistic, did do some work, believed in the movement. And then they started calling him a fed and a pedo, as Anonymous oft to do. And that's oft as in often, not ought as in they should. But again, with no sort of fucking proof. And so he just took it and ran with it. At least that's the story I heard. I don't know if they're like a Weimar sympathizer, but as somebody who has repeatedly seen that happen, that might be the case, I have seen people called pedos and feds with no fucking proof, and they just, look at I can't say the entire hate factory, but a few key people in the hate factory that happened to, a few key people in Clown Sect that happened to. And to be honest, as somebody who is now on the receiving end of those kind of rumors, I'm not sure I exactly blame them for turning the way they did.
He does call himself a reptilian and a fed, but I call myself a fed all the time, so I can't.
I've called myself like a reptilian shape-shifting star seed from Nibiru just to fuck with people.
I do it all the time.
Yeah. I don't know. I just, it makes me ask two questions. Let's just say that he was just kind of like excommunicated unfairly. Why did people feel like they could and would do that? How did he fuck up to put a target on his back? Because it could have been something as pathetic as, he has a high-pitched voice in the mic. You know what I mean? Or it could have been something like, he just never knows his fucking place. I don't know. But let's just say it just was unfair. You know what I mean? Like, even in that worst of places, if that were to happen to me, I wouldn't play to the beat of that drum. Like, it just wouldn't go down that way for me personally. I'd just keep on fucking walking, and I'd be an Anon, and I'd find different fucking Anons, and my life would go on. It wouldn't turn into a goddamn epic with woe is me. You know what I mean? It's just, but you have to also remember that a lot of these fucking kids, and I'm gonna use the word kid here, are socially awkward. They've never been out of their mother's fucking basement, and their best chance of getting laid is going to a protest. I mean, but I'm just not that dude. You know what I mean? So it's a weird kind of thing, because on one hand, I understand how it could happen. And it's like, okay, well, that sucks for you. But on the other hand, it's like, well, you have to, at some point, nut up or get the fuck out of here.
And that's
This is going on forever.
and that's the chopping block that I'm talking about. Certain people are targeted sometimes, and some of them are unfairly targeted, and we put them on a chopping block. And what's the purpose? I say we because it's we. It's not me.
Right, and I could even say that I'm implicit in a lot of that, not in personal participation, but I do support it as part of our culture. I do support that kind of being able to weed people out by test of their mettle. When we talk about the Justin TV suicide or any of these other troll jobs that have gotten really ugly or anything, it's like, well, you know what? If you could hack it, then you'd fucking be here. And unfortunately, the internet itself has a way of getting a mind of its own, even if it is made up of all people. And, that's the consequence of interacting in a medium where people don't have to face the consequences of their actions, which goes back to the accountability that you were talking about. But it's still, people have to learn at some point, and we've been at this for too fucking long for people not to know that there's always a risk of that. It's not like we're back when you have to hear your fucking phone ring to get on the internet. I mean, this shit is not. It's not like we don't talk about this in everyday pop culture. People know there's a risk, and they know they're gonna have to stand their ground a little bit. If you can't do it, then you probably went a little bit over the line when you were challenged in the wrong way. And unfortunately, we need that. There needs to be Weimers and shit like that. It just has to happen. It's unfortunate, but what would we be if we didn't have some element of that? People who just couldn't fucking hack it. It's just the way it is, Consequential,
Hey,
might I say.
hey, Jess.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm going to bed.
Oh, you're going to bed?
Yeah.
You want me to end?
Just call me.
You want me to end stream and give you a call?
No.
You
Finish your stream. Just
motherfucker.
call me tomorrow.
I'm getting yelled at now.
He's slowly
Well,
slipping
maybe-
his
maybe
burner
you should
phone
then.
out with the dick pic in the background.
Maybe.
Well, people on the live stream can hear you. They can't hear you right now. So you could talk all the bad things you want to say about them right now. They couldn't hear you.
I like that.
I'll shake you, Jess. I'll shake you.
Shout
I
out
like
to your
her a
Lord and
lot.
Master. By the way, nice to meet you. I have no
No,
fucking
we'll just
idea
talk
who that
tomorrow.
is.
I'm gonna go to bed and finish whatever you did.
I'll
All
introduce
right,
myself
Jess.
to people.
You have a good night and sweet dreams. I'll be in your dreams shortly
Yes. Always.
with a couple winks.
Oh Lord. Good
Oh.
night.
Good night. She actually said that she likes you guys.
Aww.
Just throwing that out there.
We like her too.
So much love.
Feels. Murph feels.
So many
No, I
feels.
blocked it off. My soul is black and endless.
That's what happens when you spend too much time on 4chan.
I actually don't, ever. I really have.
I spent way too much time on 4chan. But I got off of it when it became nothing but porn. It is pretty much a porn site now. That is it. There's one post that's decent, and then porn. And then
Don't
porn.
let
And
Daniel
then
lie to
porn.
you. He loves it.
Well, yeah, if some of the girls didn't look underage, fucking, my biggest problem is they're chatting in fucking B chat, random chat, and it's fucking, all anonymous, and some of these girls look like way underage, and I'm just, I don't like it. Pisses me off, kind of.
That brings me to, I don't want to get too much into it at all, but I have recently gotten out of jail, and these motherfuckers put me on the sexual offenders block for overcrowding. Now, imagine how that went. So I have a future podcast partner who's a fucking pedophile hunter, as we know, Chet, okay? And these motherfuckers put me in the miscellaneous block in county prison. Now, LCP is like supposedly one of the worst prisons county prisons like in America, but not because of the people that are in it. The people are soft, but a day in LCP is like a day in solitary confinement in like any other prison. So the most entertainment you're gonna get if you're actually social in jail is screaming out of the wiki hole. And this was one of the first times I actually partook in that. And the fucking lies that people tell you in jail too. Like I came out one day, and this guy comes up to me, and this guy got sentenced like 18 to 45 because apparently he asked to have sex with his like ex-girlfriend's 6-year-old. And this is one of those guys that like would talk about his case too much, and it convinced me from how much he wouldn't shut the fuck up that he was guilty. So so I'm walking out of my cell to go get food, chow. And he walks up to me and he starts talking about his case. And I looked at him, and it's like 6:30 in the morning. And I said as loud as I could without fucking yelling, but just loud enough for everyone to hear. It's like, if you ever fucking talk to me about DNA evidence on your victim's underwear at 6:30 in the fucking morning ever again, I'm gonna fucking bite your jugular out and spit it on your fucking breakfast tray. Get away from me. And then I just got even more mad just because I felt like being mad. And I was like, and the rest of you motherfuckers, I could go on the CO's desk right now and go to the computer and show you 30-year-olds that look like they're fucking 17. You're not even that perverted. You're all just fucking lazy. You're lazy. You found a fucking child that you could stick your dick in instead of someone with a fucking brain. It's retarded. Like, leave me the fuck alone. And that was like, what was that, like day like 4? I was in there for like another like 30 days. So yeah, I trolled the shit out of that block.
Trolling in jail.
Hey guys, what's the best thing about 23-year-olds? Oh no, that there's 20 of them.
Oh my god, you are terrible.
Oh.
At 3 o'clock in the morning.
So I saw Susie, I believe it was. They were talking about 4chan over in the comment section, and I want to get back on that because you guys had been talking about basically the battle. What? Brian Johnson in the house? Hey, get his ass in here. Brian, go to the link. Come in. So, anyways,
let me do it on here.
So we were talking about this need for the kind of like wimers and stuff, right? And I think a lot of the contention comes between you have like the old green man and red man, and you have the new social justice warrior Guy Fawkes. I'm pointing at this fucking mask. I usually don't wear it, but the bandana was too fucking hot. But you have the Guy Fawkes Anonymous now, which is all hugs and cuddles and kittens, and I love kittens. I'm not bashing kittens. I'm just saying. Geriatric Anonymous, or the Knitting Club, as I lovingly call them, the ones who discovered the internet 2 years ago because they gave up knitting. Anyways, the whole point being, I think, not even I think, it's a fact, that's where a lot of the fights on Facebook tend to come from. You have these kind of troll anons like Oscar, it sounds like, myself, and Chet. I've been called a troll. Chet's definitely a troll sometimes. And then you have the Hate Factory, you have MTA, you have GNAA, you have... I'm not even going to tell you what GNAA means. Google it. And then you have... I mean, it just goes on, and you have all these different troll groups. And then you have what is now the Cuddly Kind Anonymous that goes out and feeds homeless people, which I also feed homeless people. I'm not knocking that at all. But you're going to find a clashing. You're going to have a clashing between... I think he's sneezing. Sai, are you sneezing?
Yeah, I just sneezed. I'm sorry. I just got
Okay. Bless you. Anyways, I'm just saying...
That was a sneeze?
Gay Nigger Association?
Yes! I was not going to say that out loud. The GNAA.
Niggers from outer space.
But the point is like you have this kind of like clashing of ideologies of like the lols versus the love. And for me, lols is love. Like, I don't think you can get anything done unless you're enjoying doing it. You know? So why not have a laugh or two in the middle? And I don't know. That's probably why I'm not picked on quite as much by these troll groups. Which, knock on wood, they're probably going to, just because I just said that. Fuck you, Fred. I see him lurking there. But the whole point is, like, you have to know your roots and you have to pay due diligence. You have to pay respect to your roots, you know? And all these people that are running around like, trolls, like, sit the fuck down, you know? You have to know where we're coming. It's the fucking internet. Stop taking it so fucking seriously.
It's not a dick. Don't take it so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also where the rift in ideologies, I think, came through, because now we're in this fucking safe space world and everything else, and like, everybody has their role, you know what I mean? We have the light workers that go out and like feed homeless people, but the ones that I think are like the trolls and the harder edged ones, we're the ones that, like, you know, fucking we're comfortable with gore and like porn names and like the rougher shit. That serves a function too, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be one versus the other, but like, let other people kiss babies on the forehead. I'm just gonna keep calling people niggers.
No, Oscar, no, hold on for a second. It's like, you're completely right, but then there's some of us that go, well, not the sub. It goes both ways. I mean, we could be soft, but we could be savage as wolves when need be.
Well, yeah, of course.
All it takes is that one person or that one wrong comment to somebody to actually get you to that point for you to actually fuck their shit up and throw the fuck out of them until they actually want to kill themselves. So it depends on the situation.
Well, I mean, I can do that. I mean, I've practically made people jump out of a fucking third-story window, but...
Yeah, no, I mean,
I'm just saying
but
try it. It's just, you know, it's a function that everyone needs to be aware of. It's a, you know, it's a risk, just being online. You know what I mean?
No, exactly. I mean, I'm not gonna say any names, but if this one time that I was trolling somebody to find out some more information while trolling them, which made the trolling worse, and when somebody was trying to talk to me, she really went race point to them. It's like, oh, he's a mean person. Why are you talking to him? Why couldn't tell him thank you? He's a mean person. Why are you talking to him? It's like, what the fuck? Like, you started shit, and I'm gonna finish it, and now you wanna tell race point? What the fuck?
Yeah, people need to check themselves a little bit more often, I find, more often these days, because they get themselves into some shit, and then they turn around and they wonder why they're getting shit back, and it's like, no, motherfucker, that's not how this works.
Yeah, you started shit, and I'm gonna search your shit as much as possible.
Well, I actually
Well, hold on.
just go ahead.
Go on, you know.
I was just gonna say I recently you know, went through this, and you know, I put it on a post so everybody could see it. Even I even nowadays, you know, go through this shit for this, you know, the same thing. Freaking people tend to they tend to judge each other or segregate themselves into other groups and stuff like that. And we're talking about trolling. I'm friends with everybody. I'm friends with love. I'm friends with hate. I'm friends with the middle guy. I'm friends with black hats, white hats, gray hats. It doesn't really matter. If you've noticed, I'm friends with everybody. And I like, you know, I'm good with the gore. I support, you know, feeding the homeless. I feed the homeless. You know, but technically I'm a nonconformist. I don't conform to any group. I'm just me.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think the problem lies is freaking in the fact that they find the differences in each other instead of finding the commonalities of each other, like the common goal, as I stated before.
Yeah.
Because it's easy.
I think a lot of people have to understand that there's like a fine balance. A lot of these people that work on these heavier things, you know, like this kind of like Operation Death Eaters, you know, and this kind of pedo hunting stuff, or you know, the lot of like heavier subjects kind of stuff need the laughter to kind of counterbalance that. When I first came in, I say came in like it's a club. That's not what I mean at all. You know.
Yeah, no, we got you.
When I first kind of came across Anonymous, I was warned, especially in things like pedo hunting, especially the more particular violent ones like the Death Eaters kind of stuff, that starts to fuck with you after a while. You know, ask anybody that pedo hunts, and I'm not talking this bullshit ass Pedro motherfucker pedo hunter.
No.
I'm talking to people that actually do it. It gets to you. And a lot of people, the way they break that kind of tension and the way they get themselves out of that, because that shit fucks with your relationships, and you know, you
It
wind
fucks
up
with
in a
your whole life.
depression. You don't want to leave. You fucking laugh, you know. And if you're having a laugh at somebody else's expense, like everybody should understand that. Relax. It is the like I said, it's the fucking internet, dude. Like I've been spending more time on 4chan, and away from here. And let me tell you, it is a whole nother world of terrible expletives and strange porn. And I'm not talking tentacle porn. I'm talking like lolly porn, gore porn, crushing porn, every type of fucked up porn you could ever hope to not see. You know, and then you get on Facebook and it's like, oh, he didn't like my comment. And I'm like, oh, I can't deal with it. So I've been coming around less and less.
Jill, I'm sorry, bestie, but I know exactly what you talk about because I became part of Wolfsec, and shit I seen from there would really corrupt somebody's mind and make them actually turn to a combine type shit. And it's just like, what the fuck? And people really actually do this type of shit. So it's like, how in the actual fuck, how the actual unholy fuck can actually somebody can actually sit there and deal with that shit and really like that shit like that? And I mean, like I was explaining to her, to Joe before, it's like I'm 50-50. I lean more. I lean more towards the light part of Anon. But then at any given moment, you could say one thing, or you could see one wrong thing, or somebody can hit it with the fucking switch, and fuck doxing. I'm taking your account down. I'm taking any group you have down. I'm fucking the whole shit up. So it's only a man's perspective. I mean, to me, if everybody's perspective is different, but if I see the wrong thing or somebody tells me the wrong thing about somebody, this shit's fucked, this shit's missing within 24 hours. If not 24, I usually aim for 24, but 40 hours the max, but still. That shit pisses me off, especially with kids. And with kids, I'd rather get that shit done in 15 minutes, but obviously, doing shit like this is not that bad. Unless you like kind of blackhead type status, and obviously I'm not, so yeah.
Daniel, you got a question from Crystal. What do you think of the creep catcher thing? I assume she's talking about the Calgary, Canada stuff.
Creep catcher thing? Is she talking about like catching people that harass women?
No, she's probably referring to specifically like Dawson Raymond, Greg Slamington, the Canadian crew that film it. Basically, they bait underage, or they bait as underage girls, and then they meet the guys up with video cameras.
Yeah, see that's a brilliant idea. The reason why is because you know, I created an alt account just for that reason. That it's a female account, and to see how many guys react to you, flirt with you, send you dick pics. I got dick pics too, just because guys are pervs.
What the fuck? You got dick pics?
Yeah, well, yeah, on my fucking Alexa account, or not Alexa. Lizzie.
When I said that, I mean not yours, but.
I mean, literally, all you have to do to get dick pics is be female.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, all you have go create Go create an alt account.
I probably don't get nearly as many as you guys do. I think people are afraid of me, so I don't get nearly as many dicks as you guys do.
Well, you have to know how to flirt with guys.
I'm garbage at flirting. That's true.
No, Jill. Like I swear to God, I'm afraid of you, and I will no pause with you. So don't hack me at all. And I'll conform to you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it.
Oh shit.
No homo though. Fuck off.
No homo
No
though.
homo.
What?
If it's not homo, I got you.
I thought she was a girl. Wait a minute, Jill. Do you have a secret?
Little do you know.
Might have to do with that dick pic that keeps coming up tonight.
Yeah.
Listen, okay, I'm done. I'm rage quitting. I'm burning my mask now. I'm no longer anonymous. Fuck this shit. I'm bullshitting, but still.
But yeah, freaking, if you create a female account, you'll see it. All you have to do is create a female account, especially if you're a guy. Play the easy, play the easy woman, and then have some believable pics to send back, and they will definitely send you pics. You know,
So quick question. Have you received any dick pics on Lizzie account?
that's what I'm talking about. It was on Lizzie account that I
What
got
the
the dick
fuck?
pics.
Oh my gosh.
Now, I would just like to state for the record, though, that those dick pics, when it comes to trading card value, are never going to be worth as much as a female nude. So, ladies, don't let that fucking fool you. The trade-in value is not the same.
God damn it! What are you doing? Whose side are you on?
Yeah,
I
that
know,
that was
I'm
sexist.
fucking broke.
See, this
Sorry.
is why Joe's my bestie. This is why Joe's my bestie. I'm not fucking her because I don't want to.
Everyone's like, quick,
my head, but still.
quick, kick Jill out of the ops. She's giving away our nude rules.
Yeah.
And once again, that's why I want Jill as my bestie because the last thing I need is a M16 shell through my head at the middle of the night. And she's awesome as fuck on top of that shit. So yeah.
Is
Oh,
also on our side on this one.
Yeah, you're awesome.
It's
What's
true.
up, Oscar?
Chat also
Oscar
thinks you're
said that-
narking.
Send boobs.
Wait.
Okay, send boobs to get the fuck out. I just sound like Jay.
Oh, who's in here? Somebody's in here. Who just joined?
Who joined?
Who is that? Is that Brian? Oh,
Brian.
Brian in the house.
Yeah.
Where's Brian?
Hey,
What up?
what's up? How are
What
you
up?
doing?
What's good, bro? What's popping?
I'm a little
Right?
fucked up.
We're all a little fucked up. It is okay.
Oh, good.
Yo, Brian, what's good? I'm not giving a lie. I'm drunk off my ass at the moment, but yeah. Who gives a fuck?
Oscar, are you sober?
Is mentally unstable
No,
included?
he's not. It took him too
Yeah,
long
we're
to
both
answer that question, so I know he's not.
We're the boring ones.
Brian, we were talking about
Anyways.
dick pics, so it's very important that you send everybody a dick pic.
No, don't send
It's
me
true.
Yeah, I've never done that ever in my entire life, and I'm never going to do it now. Hell no.
Thank you, Oscar.
I'll Google one for you.
Oscar,
It's
I'm
Google
sending you
certified.
right now.
What he's
They're sending
saying is
friend
hell
request.
no, but what it's saying is yes, but only for you, Jill. That's what I heard.
I believe
I was
that.
gonna say, Julian, I can't hear you.
Anyways, somebody ask a question. Let's get a subject going.
Let's get
Right.
back. Let's get. Let's. I want to get back to. I want to get back to previous topic, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
What's
Go,
happening?
go.
Trolls on the internet.
Hmm.
Do it.
Yeah, please bring
Trolls on the internet.
Do it.
I mean,
Wait.
seriously, like when is it trolling, and when is it taking it too far?
Oh, is
Answer
that a
that.
question for us, or is that how you're framing this?
All of it. All of you. It's a question for all of you.
No, okay, I'm sorry guys, but I just wanted to try to start this shit. I mean, I might be completely wrong because it's not a scientific fact or proven fact how this shit works. Like for me, like trolling. I mean, if it's friends and you trolling, you know what you're doing, so you send memes and say stupid shit that you know about each other and just to fuck with them. But really trolling somebody, I mean, but see that I'm sorry, but this is the problem where I have with trolling though. It's like I know how to troll like my friends and shit like that, but when it gets to like random trolling, randomly trolling people and try to just disgrace them in any way, shape, or form, and not knowing the information or what the fuck, if you don't know what the fuck anything about them. So that's why I feel as a troll. I mean, I'm still a troll, but to an extent, I'm a fucking fail. I take F. I'm not gonna even fucking lie. But I mean, but, like some people on my list. But it's some people on my list.
I had to get the vaccine there. I'm sorry.
That's alright. But it's some people on my list that I can just tag and I can just tell them to read the thread, whatever. And after they read the thread, they can really rip their heart out and make them shoot themselves on live stream type shit. I mean, I'm not even that fucking.
Oh, I have that list too. And we all do.
I'm not even close to that. So, like, how the fuck do you do that shit? I mean, I control you. It's worse than the fucking screen. So, how do you really take that shit personal enough to actually make you want to blow your brains out? Or start.
I'm talking about, no, you're misunderstanding me. When I'm talking about words on the screen become IRL shit.
Yeah.
With your family, they try to get you fired from your job.
So wait.
Bullshit.
That's not even trolling, though.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was just about to touch on the fact. I think it's important to differentiate the difference between trolling and flaming. Look it up, Google it, do whatever you have to. Flaming is a subgenre of trolling where you specifically go out to hurt people, right? So you have the type of intelligent trolls. You have like Weave, you know. Shout out to Weave, but Weave, where they'll go in you and they will talk you in such fucking circles that you don't even know what your point was. And it's all intelligent debate and it's beautiful and he plays devil's advocate. And by the end of it, he has you agreeing with Hitler. Whereas there are these people that are out there now who are like, oh, you know, kill South, and it's a drink bleach.
Yeah,
like that's not trolling, in my opinion.
Well, yeah. I mean, I got you. But
What about you,
Well,
Oscar?
to the people. Well, let me ask you this: to the people that do take it beyond that threshold, you know, why is this so acceptable by everybody?
Look, here's, I mean, going real quick back to the the difference that we need to make. I mean, flaming, even that is, I mean, just trolling is kind of like the benign part of flaming. You know what I mean? Where it's like,
obviously.
and there are like the ones that say, "Oh, kill yourself, drink bleach, blase, blah." Even those like can be taken by the right person as someone who's just trying to get you to rage quit, right? So, for example, so like, but that's your perception. There's not often opportunities for people to really hit people right on the button. But I will say, like, I have stories where I was trolling on chat roulette after they brought in the whole admin thing they have now to make it a lot less pervy or whatever, just to clarify. And, yeah. And
He was looking for dick.
And yeah, I was hunting for dick. No, but I go on and I see this guy, and it was a moment of brilliance. I just took a good look at him. I knew I could do it. I said to him, you know, you really need to stop blaming the rest of the world for not having been breastfed. And then I just let it sink in. That's all I said. And I just kind of stared at him. And all of a sudden, you hear a screech. Like a fucking person just got electrocuted. And the webcam goes flying across the fucking room for the next 3 fucking minutes. And I can't make this shit up. For the next 3 fucking minutes, this guy's throwing furniture around the room. He's smashing a lamp. He flips his fucking sofa over. And then I just hear this dude like huffing and puffing out of breath. And then the last thing I saw was him pick up the webcam and next me. And I knew I could do it. I didn't think it was going to be that brilliant of a response. I knew it was going to be something big like that. And there's other ones where, like, I will get someone talking for so long that I can psychoanalyze them. I know exactly what to say.
That's what I do.
You know, so I can get them talking so much that eventually I figure out that this guy's a fucking wigger. Like, some crutch like that. And I'll be like, and I'll just say, like, everything that a wigger that will trigger a genuine wigger jumping out of a 3rd-story window. And I fucking done it. And the dude just, like, he just rage quits, just deletes, like, 3 Facebook accounts. Right? Now that
Wow.
I qualify that as trolling. I qualify that as flaming and trolling, but it's still fucking words. Now, if I'm going out of my way to dox you and I'm sending your family pizzas, that's a whole nother thing. Now, if don't laugh. I've seen people get fucking 100 pizzas in a day. Okay, so
No, hold on, pause for a second. So you,
Sorry, nobody can hear you.
no, hold on for a second. What's it?
No, wait.
Kai, nobody.
can't hear you.
Cairo, nobody can hear you.
No, go
Mask. Off. Nobody can hear you.
Okay. No, okay, Oscar. So you really actually dogged somebody and sent their family pizza?
oh no, not me personally.
He's saying it happens.
Okay.
It does happen, and like people fucking actually have to end up paying for them sometimes and shit. Like it gets crazy. Now that when you break the digital barrier, see, like we were built upon information should be free, no censorship, you know, no holds barred communication. But we were able to afford that luxury because it was in a digital format. No one said, oh, we should go traveling the world seeing kids, you know, dead babies in wartime in real life. We said, well, we're on the fucking internet, so that's why all this shit's okay. So I draw the line when it gets into the real fucking
obviously,
world.
It's the interweb. It's not in real life. If we did shit in real life, we'd be looking at Gotti's time.
Right, and obviously, as I've, you know, told my couple stories, you can, you know, people can do shit in response to you trolling them digitally, but at the same time, like, you have to know when it's your fucking responsibility and when they're just being a bitch, or when you really did, like, make this motherfucker jump in front of a car someday.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you just can't know, but I am psychologically dangerous. I study psychology and all that shit. So I have to take responsibility for that. I'm not just like, I didn't get lucky. You know what I mean? I knew what I was doing.
Exactly. No, exactly. I know exactly what you mean because to be honest, like I went to college for 2 years for computer science and shit like that. So, and that was only 2 years. So I don't know if the whole game core thing or that shit. So when you told me that shit, like that really shit just blow my fucking mind. It's like, what the fuck?
What's that?
I mean,
and it's so I'm dead. So I might ask you one more time, but I'm dead about to go look that shit up and start studying that shit, and still can't keep working on programming, but still, I'm gonna learn about the game.
Well, there's also, you have to know that there's also you guys have to realize that there's also a very fine line of when it's joking just to piss somebody off or do something to piss somebody off, and to actually like go into their credit card and change it into Bitcoin, and they have no money, and then their credit gets destroyed.
Trolling. Yeah. That is hacking and fucking with someone's finances. It's totally different.
Yeah. There's a fine line between destroying somebody and fucking with them.
Yeah, but if I was fucking with them and then they went out and they, you know, fucked their finances up, how can I say that's my fault?
I'm sorry, Oscar, but like I said before, like I'm a new bag. Give me a day or two, and somebody's account will be shredded and never be active again. And I could fuck with them, but the whole Bitcoin shit, like I'm still a new bag, so I'm not even that deep into the shit though. And I'm still learning. I'm still doing my practice and all that shit.
So I have to point out, you could fuck with people, or you can just be chill, and somehow something about me inherently makes people lose their fucking mind.
No, Joe.
I had people, my page was on public, and I had people telling me that they watched my page because I was like bait. And anybody that came to my page and fucked with me, and I'm not saying they were my personal army, I didn't want it, I didn't ask for it, but the idiots fucking flocked to my page, like 6 degrees of separation retardation nation, like we were talking about earlier. I had this dude, I'm not gonna name names, but Oscar, you might know him.
Wait.
What?
Did you say a group called 6 degrees of separation.
6 degrees of separation retardation nation.
I don't fucking know him. I never heard him fuck.
But anyways, Oscar, you might know this dude, but he came on my page raging about porn. I made a post about porn one day, and this dude fucking lost it, right? This guy's a Christian anon, which is, don't even get me started, it's mind-blowing. But he's a Christian rapping juggalo anon from Arizona.
Jesus Christ, here we go.
And he believes that it's the job of Anonymous to cleanse the earth before the second coming of Jesus. I can't even make this shit up. Dude
Even I'm triggered now.
loses it. This guy fucking, like, and then he writes to me about how I'm a meth-faced cunt mouth, and I mean just crazy shit, like totally not Christian or Catholic shit, right? But yeah, he fucking lost it, and inevitably that always seems to happen. Like, I get people to lose their fucking minds. I'm sure you guys have seen it.
See, that's very curious to me,
Me too.
because, like,
No.
That makes mad all the time.
No,
Too funny.
no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I just want to tell Joe this real quick. I mean, for real, no, Joe, for real though. If you take your mask off, you can make a lot of people lose their fucking mind. For real, because I know. I mean, obviously, we're all males in this group chat right now. But you're beautiful as fuck, and all you have to do is look good. You can tell, and you can. No.
Everybody knows what I look like, man. Everybody knows what I look like.
No, exactly. But I mean, come on.
I don't care, man. I don't got nothing to hide.
No, but for real, though, I mean, come on. We're all dudes here. So I mean, if we see somebody that looks beautiful as fuck, and they can say whatever the fuck they want, and we'll fall for it, or not all of us fall for it, but we'll give it lead away, and with Jill's skills, she can just tell us something, and then we'll take her word for it, and then. I mean, we're all family here, so that doesn't matter right now. But if it's a random, dude, whatever, and they see how beautiful she is, and they see her, and they start trying to talk to her, she can tell them whatever the fuck she wants to, and they'll fall for that shit. And Jill has skills. Jill's a pimp in real life.
I can't tell if Kyril is drunk and flirting with Jill, or he wants this just to turn into like a giant orgy.
He wants the D.
He wants the
I don't know what's going on here. I already know who Jill is. So, I mean.
No, Jill, serious question. I'm not alcoholic. I don't drink that much. But how many times have I told you it's beautiful without being drunk?
Oh my god. Don't put me on the. Is this like the interview Jill hour? Let's do it. Let's go.
No, yeah, exactly. How many times have I told you it's beautiful like, during the last month or two since I met you?
Brian, you're breaking up really bad.
Jill, no, for real, without me being drunk.
I said, well, just in case he's wondering, I've never said that to her.
Did you say you've never shown anything to me?
No, I
said I've never said that to you before, in case he's wondering.
Oh.
I don't know what this is all about, you know? Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're just breaking up a little bit. It might be your connection. A little bit.
To be 1,000% honest, like, okay, I'm a little drunk right now. But besides this, I've been telling Jill that she's beautiful as fuck, and not the only reason why, but one of the many reasons why she's my bestie. And so, one of the main reasons why she's my bestie is because of her guns, and she knows how to use one.
Okay, so so what you're trying to do is convince us that Jill is beautiful, but where's this going? What's your end game?
That's where
the fuck it's not going.
No, see, no, fuck, for fuck's sake. I mean, no, come on, let's be on, let's be 1,010% honest. I know this shit is live. I give no fucks, but come on. I mean, I can use a gun, but the guns that Jill actually uses in the pictures, I've seen the pictures of the guns that Jill uses. I would want her on my side instead of against me because she has like M16s and AKs and shit like that. And the last thing I need is for Jill to have one of those shits at the back of my head or in a fucking tree somewhere to put a bullet through my fucking shit.
Well, if I can just inject myself here, you're talking about how she can just, convince these dudes of anything. One of my best friends as an anon, if anybody follows me, they'll be able to tell because we talk to each other all the time. But she constantly says, like, she's beautiful. And she constantly says, I'm about as friendly as a fucking pit viper. So
exactly.
If you get, a chick that's hard, I mean, that makes dudes fucking nuts because they try and get close to these chicks, and then they're just like, no, dude, what the fuck? Like, I'm here doing my thing. What do you want? And then that, like, if the dude's soft, that just makes them all fucking crazy. So it's a double-edged sword.
No, Oscar. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's where at the intervene right there. I mean, I know she's beautiful as fuck, and she's my bestie and everything like that. And besides the fact, and I know there'll be possibly no chance in hell at all whatsoever between me and her, but just getting a chance to know her and have her as a friend is a plus.
Dude, I know exactly what you're talking about because, I'm talking.
No, exactly.
I'm talking.
She's beautiful.
I'm talking to someone that would take me 21 hours to get there. 21 hours to fly there.
Yeah, that's exactly mine and Jess's friendship. Is that we're friends. She's she's long distance, but I'm glad that she's part of my life because she's really cool, and we have a lot in common and stuff.
Right, exactly.
I stick with it as single and savage and dead inside and happy about it.
I was like that for.
People are like.
I was like that for 11 years, bro.
Like,
I was dead inside.
It's like, listen, motherfuckers. Okay, they're like, oh, sometimes it's nice to have a partner in your life. I'm like, yeah, you know what's better? Having 1,000-yard stare and no soul and no problems.
Yeah, that's shit time at the wall.
I'm good.
Yeah, no, also for real shit. Like,
so can we all introduce ourselves because I just came in here late and I know Jillian, I know Daniel, but who's everybody else?
Do it.
Yep.
I know Jillian. We never probably introduced ourselves.
Yeah.
Who else am I speaking to?
Yeah. Since we do have a new joiner to chat, it is a very good idea to do introductions. I'm Daniel Losi, which Brian. I'm 30 years old, and I associate with Anonymous, but technically I'm a nonconformist. For all intensive purposes.
Making me feel like a conformist.
Stop. No, real Brian. No, for we're all conformists in Daniel's eyes, so there's no way around that shit.
I know, but I just like to know who I'm speaking with. I mean, it's proper, I mean, everybody else knows everybody else.
I was joking, mostly.
Yeah, no, I got you, bro.
Okay. Kyril, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Cyril Douglas. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. I've been...
The Jared Douglas I know?
In Cyril Douglas. Cyril Douglas, I've been...
Oh.
Yeah, I've been in Atlanta since June. Since this June, I became A9 since October.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, so I'm a new fag, but I mean I've been
It's
getting
alright.
shit done.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a new fag or not, brother. That's what it don't matter about that. It's where your heart's at. You know, it's where your mind's at.
Exactly. I mean, you can. I mean, I can send you screenshots, and you can ask Daniel. You can ask anybody, pretty much everybody on my friends list. Like, you could ask me something, I get the shit done. But doxing at the moment, I'm still working on that shit because doxing is finding out information, and I have time on my hands, but actually to sit there and Google and find out information, it's like, what the fuck, bro? So I can't
Sometimes you
dox
have to.
that.
Yeah, sometimes I mean, you know, I'll have to find the list, but I'll copy paste it and Daniel will hook me up with you, and I'll send you a list.
No. I mean, this.
No, it's all links to help, dude. It's complete
bro.
dog food. You know?
No, bro. No,
It's
bro.
free.
No, I know, but all I need to know is, I mean, I can see a request right now, but I just need to know your name to look you up on.
Yeah, dude. You know, like I've been around for a long time.
You know,
You know, if I sent you a friend request, that's cool because I didn't know if I did or not.
I mean, I'll type my name in the fucking comments right now so you can send me a friend request because. I'm just trying to get friends.
Daniel, just send me his link, okay? Don't do typing names in comments.
Yeah, I can do that.
Alright,
that'd be better.
Yeah, alright, bro. So I'll accept that in a second. Just give me a minute to get this shit first.
Well, I'm on 4 different accounts on this machine, so it might take me a minute to get to it. Actually, never mind. But you know, Daniel had something like important to say about, you know, how men can, you know, acquisition and be a female account to fucking pedo hunt. And my Lindsay profile, which is from 2007, and it has almost 2,500 friends and is ID verified. You know, like has fucking hunted down a lot of sickos, and I basically got tired of seeing the shit. Got tired of it. I had to take a break. So now I use it for networking. You know, all my close friends know. I don't facade anybody. All my close friends know who that is. You know, and anybody that I feel is important knows who that is. You know, but I'm reaching out because my main has like 4,500 friends, and she has like almost 25. So, you know, it's just networking. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I just use it for that, posting on pages and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, bro. No, don't get me wrong. I mean, to be honest, the only accounts I have is this one. I have one other account I made recently, in case this shit gets shut down. But the account I have now is my in real life personal shit. So this is all my family members, my actual friends.
I was getting ready to say, if your stock accounts are getting killed, that's because you're using the same IP and MAC address for both your profiles. Picked up on that.
I mean, obviously, I mean, like I said, I'm a new fag, and I just started getting.
I'll teach you about Facebook.
No, bro. I mean, I gotta be, to be honest, right now, the only VPN I have on my phone, the only VPN I have is actually on my phone. But the main reason I only got that on my phone right now is because I use my phone 1,010% of the time.
I have to throw this out there. Kyril, I actually took him under my wing as a protege. I'm actually teaching him how to do this stuff.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Alright, good. Never mind then, I don't care. It's all good.
I'm rid of you, goddammit.
No, bro, hold on.
Yeah, basically.
Not my fucking problem.
Yo, no,
Yep.
Brian, Brian, for real, he took me on his wing, and he's still teaching me shit too. So we have to work together because we know
That's
how
right.
it is.
I mean, if he has a question that he can't answer, and I might be able to, I mean, hey, why not? But, I mean, I think Daniel's capable enough, so, you know, you'll be fine. Yeah, I've done enough proteges. I've replaced myself 4 times over, and...
Yeah.
I think we only got through 2 introductions, maybe.
I know, right? I'm
Maybe.
Brian Johnson,
Mhm.
years old, and I've had a lot of shit talked about me on the internet. False. But anyways, you know, fucking, I stand up to legions of people. Fucking, I fucking shut down a whole army of motherfuckers twice. You know, counter-striking is the most effective tool on the internet. It's not being striked. It's about counter-striking and how you do it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, to be completely honest, my name is Cyril Douglas. I'm 31. I became anon in back between like the end of October, beginning of November, shit like that.
I was anon before Facebook, brother.
Yeah, no,
so, you know.
Yeah.
No, thank you. No,
Me and Brian actually got into this this conversation about there was Anon before it became popular. There was Call to a Dead Cow. There were the 3X Wixers, all that stuff. The Call to a Dead Cow isn't the CIA and shit like that.
yeah, I mean, no, I looked at, no, the funny thing is I went to go look at the dead cow last night, but I ended up falling asleep, so I'm still doing my research.
Just Google how anonymous chose the Guy Fawkes masks.
You know, Brian.
Yeah, Google that.
No, you're Brian, for real, like, I love Danny to death, but the shit he's been telling me, and this shit is mind blowing. It's like, what in the actual fuck? Like, what the fuck is actually going on? Like, this shit is like, oh, what the fuck? and me being a
Monarch
new fag,
programmed, you're fucked for life.
no, and me being a new fag and come back between October and November, it's like, what the fuck? What the actual unholy fuck I have to do now?
What was your New Year's resolution?
My New Year's resolution, I mean,
what is it?
No, hold on, but that's what they explain right now. I mean, because since I became anon, like, within that time, it's just always been trolling. I just brought in big troll groups and shit like that. Been trolling. I've been lost sack.
There's so much more to anon.
No, and hold on, let me finish. No, and like me became an anon, and the only shit I was dealing with was love sack. And then dealing with love sack, it's how and the funny thing is, like, I wasn't even part of love sack before, and one of my friends brought me into love sack, and that's how I met Daniel. That's how I met Andrew Jordan. That's how I met Matthew Colwell and Robert Reeves and all that shit, and Megan Maniac and all that shit. And the funny thing is, like, me being I don't know who the fuck brought me into LoSec, but that thing I brought to LoSec. I mean, I had no idea. I don't even know how the fuck I got into LoSec. I mean, I know who brought me into LoSec. It was multiple Tony Wilcox. But I think I got brought into LoSec.
Kyril, I think that you might be drunk and reiterating yourself over and over. You might regret this tomorrow. You might want to go to bed before you do anything that you're really gonna regret.
Jesus Christ! Somebody give the boy a hit of crack.
One Adderall.
Dude, I just barely got the glimpse of that there.
Well now Jill is freaking flirting with Oscar here.
I see that.
This really turned into some porn. Well, not just that. She called Brian baby in chat. I seen that. You're busted.
Oh, I didn't
Little
see
lady.
that.
Oh, yeah.
true.
She's like, come back, baby.
In chat? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was in the chat. You might not be able to see it because it only shows the 4 comments at a time.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got the link and, you know, right now I'm hijacking satellite, so, yeah. I gotta pick and choose my spots wisely.
Jack.
Fucking satellite. Ugh.
Well,
sucks.
I'm actually.
Oh, hey, Simon's gone or whatever.
Well, I was actually gonna end
What?
stream because I am gonna go to bed. It is 5:22 a.m. here.
What?
Yeah, this is my second live stream.
Yeah, you got a half an hour more into you, dude. Don't give me that shit. This is the first time I've joined you in one of these. You're gonna fucking poop out 5:22 in the morning.
Well, I've been going to sleep early recently.
Well, wake up a little later tomorrow.
Well, I could always keep it on and then just go to bed. It'll automatically cut off after 4 hours.
Alright, well, unless
Wait,
you other three want to talk, that's fine with me, you know. So,
Don't end this. There we go. Got it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, that was beautiful.
Proof or it didn't happen.
You can't even stop it.
Mr. Daniel, you have a good night's sleep, brother.
Alright. Did you want me to end stream or keep it on?
Keep it on.
Alright.
For now.
Alright. Well, you guys will all you guys will see is like my background picture. So whenever you guys want to leave, it'll stay on for 4 hours. It's no big deal.
We will short circuit all the light bulbs in your apartment when we want you to turn it off.
Sounds like a plan. Alright.
Especially with all that mercury in it, you know, that's good.
Fucking wake up and my bank account is fucking gone. What the fuck happened?
Bitcoins. All Bitcoins and you're buying copious amounts of acid. You're gonna have to reevaluate your entire life based on LSD.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna go sleep.
Alright, man. You have a good night, bro.
Alright, you guys too.
Thanks.
Good night, Daniel.
Good night, Jill. Thank you guys for joining my stream. That's about how big it is.
Hey, it doesn't matter how big it is. I don't care about that. I really don't.
Fucking,
Did he just say it doesn't matter how big it is?
I don't care. You know? It's about being friends and being amongst people that are like-minded. It doesn't... I don't care if there's 10 or 100.
You just get, like, anonymous idealist off of a dick pic? Fucking brilliant.
I am going to sleep now. I love you guys. Thank you for joining my stream. Thank everybody else for the comments and participating. I love you guys.
Wait, don't end it yet. Don't end it.
You guys rock.
All night long.
I'm sure there's a bunch of shit that talks about me.
Wait for it. Wait for it. They've got to see it.
Send Dan Dix. Oh my god, I'm gonna wake up now that it's gonna
Send Dan Dix, guys and girls.
now it's gonna be a new op. Send Dan Dix.
to get emails from your service provider about piracy laws. How many dicks you're gonna get?
All my accounts got a ban for that. Twice.
I don't think I'm ever gonna be invited to one of these things again now that I've discovered his weakness.
What, dicks? What?
Well, that too, but these signs, they're pretty fucking great. Hashtag send Dan dicks. Fuck it.
They are. She's just trying.
Daniel sucks for money.
No, she's just trying to keep me here. That's what she's doing. This is a fishing attempt. Stay, Dan. Stay.
That's pretty great,
That
though.
is
It
golden
is great.
bait. Golden bait.
Are you going to bed, Daniel? Because we'll stay here and we'll talk.
Yeah, if you guys want to stay and talk, like I said, I don't know how long we've been streaming. If you guys have a time on that.
No. 3 minutes, 49.
3 hours?
Yeah, 3 hours, 49 minutes.
Oh, it's about to end in the
Gil's
next,
on
like, 10 minutes
Huge amounts
anyways.
of shrooms right now.
Right, it's true.
No fucking perception of time.
Well, technically, it's about to end anyways. It will automatically cut off at 4 hours.
Oh, that
Son of a
sucks.
bitch. We've got
Yeah.
10 minutes, folks. Let's make them count.
Hey, you guys got Skype?
I do, yeah.
Does
You should
other-
probably just send me yours because I'm gonna make a new account.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll just tell you what it is.
All right, hold on. You should. I'm fucking making like a dress out of sticky notes on this desk.
Just use sticky notes on your computer. I use them
The
all the time.
application.
Yeah. My security
Not just
is
saying
good.
you can't feel it.
I'm not worried about it.
All right, go.
It's Brian, BRIAN dot Johnson, JOHNSON 523.
That's not very
Bill
inventive.
Johnson again.
Yeah, I'm Brian Johnson. Yeah.
Spell it again. Spell it.
BRIAN
Johnson. Just
dot
Johnson.
Johnson 523. Make sure there's a dot between the Brian and the Johnson.
Yeah, but spell the Johnson again.
Right. JOHNSON 523.
I successfully made you say the word Johnson several more times for no reason.
Yeah, Johnson. Johnson, Lieutenant.
Bru-
C.
Did you? Jill just let out Brian's secret. You're funny.
I'm Lindsay Ellis. What's here?
Never gonna let it die.
I'm not Brian, I'm Lindsay.
Well, Brian, is there something you want to tell me?
No.
You,
Funny.
you sexy little minx, you.
That's hilarious.
And we all thought that was a girl account. No, that's just his alternate personality.
And then, dude, I used to bust so many pedos with that profile. Oh my god. You know, like I actually got I had to quit from it because I was getting so disgusted. I was such a deep hole in Facebook, and like nobody was there to help me. And like I'm busting these people one by one, fucking oh my god, and just shit I was seeing more, dude. And that's what that profile was for. It was given to me and it was ID verified, you know, so I could use it to hunt. And I did. I had permission from a 21-year-old Anon from the Malaysia or somewhere like that, and she looks like she's fucking 13 years old, but she's not. You know, and I have permission to use her pictures via her. Oh my god, dude. I snagged so many sick fucks for that. Fucking, I mean, not only did they lose their jobs and fucking their family and hated them, they got divorced, fucking, and a lot of them went to jail. You know, I busted a lot of them. But, I got sick of seeing the shit, dude. I mean, I just, for so many years of doing it, and then getting called one yourself by clown sec fucking doesn't help. It just kind of puts a little fucking iron in your fucking stomach, and you're like, fuck it. Alright then. Y'all, I'm done. You know, so.
Yeah, it's not really a career to retire on, that's for sure.
No, hell no. Man, it starts to bother you after a while, you know, and.
Well, it should, that means you're fucking human.
Yeah. You know, I just can't, you know. Alright, well, hey, if you two want to meet up on Skype, let me know right now so I know.
He will whisper sweet nothings in your ears.
Are you propositioning me, sir?
I was just asking if us three can continue this conversation on Skype since this call is going to end in about a couple minutes.
Are we gonna stream it? Like, what's gonna happen?
I don't want to stream it. I just want to bullshit with all three of you. You and him. Not just you.
Jill's like giving the camera the crazy eye.
I know she is. She's like,
Doing it earlier when you guys were just going back and forth for like 20 minutes. I was like,
I'll get back on camera on Skype too, so it's cool.
Ooh.
It was lagging the browser, so that's why I got off of the camera. Well, if you guys want to, just hit me up on Skype. I'll know.
Word. I'm gonna make a new account and then I'll hit you up.
Alright. What about you, Jill? You already got my Skype, don't you?
Just send it in this chat when you back out of the video, and then I'll do whatever.
Jill, I have it.
I don't want to send it in the chat. I don't want to send it's Brian dot, and I don't even want to say it again. He's got it written down, so he can give it to you.
Brian's fucking sassy tonight.
I just don't like, we're on a live feed right now, so you know, I don't want to repeat it over and over and over again.
He has to establish his dominance.
No.
I mean, I said no.
Fucking what?
Yeah, right? I'm like, huh? I need another joint of this freaking, what is it, blue cheese? Yeah, it's called blue cheese. That's good. It's really good.
Jill, I guess I should add you on Facebook.
You should.
Yeah, you probably should.
You should. Brian Johnson, yeah, just add that one. My Lindsay is more of a troll / post on groups and page profile.
Add him, folks. Add him.
Yes, now that you guys have Brian Johnson's Skype, you should definitely send him dick pics. He likes it very much. From what I heard.
Been better.
And since it's been made known on this video that I've seen Dan's, it's very flaccid. It's not cool, so just saying.
What do you mean?
I've been wondering for fucking hours.
Gargantuan hard one, like right.
Yeah, he likes them hard. I wasn't hard enough. I didn't fat before I took the picture.
Like Cage did before he shoot my face on his head. He bent over and finger butted himself.
What the fuck?
I won the internet that day so hard.
I won the
I
internet.
posted in comments of this. No, I did. Everybody, even MTA said I did. I mean, literally, Cage bitch bent over, butt naked, stuck his finger in his butthole. He must have jacked off to get his dick hard, and then he fucking shoot my face on his pecker and bent over and had someone take the picture, and he posted it online.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I pissed him off that bad. I
Fucking
trolled him
Cage,
so hard in
man.
his own group. He baited me into his group, and I trolled him so hard by myself. I fucked with him so bad that he did that.
You did that to who?
David Morgan.
Yeah, Cage. From
I
Kill All Anonymous or Better Than You.
Yeah, David Leroy Morgan is his name.
Nah.
Currently lives in Atlanta, Georgia. So.
Crystal, who was with us, Crystal Day Chief, she was actually an admin on the Kill All Anonymous page with Cage. She knows him too.
I missed that. She was here earlier and I missed it.
Yeah, Crystal Day Chief. She was
She
one.
was here like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, she was one of the trolls on Kill All Anonymous with Cage.
Oh well, I mean, if I was here, I didn't realize it, but.
By the way, Crystal did say goodnight, so good night, Crystal. And
Good night, Kristen.
Jess said that she loves you, Susie. She loves you, with 2 F's. It's very important to add that in there.
Right.
But BTY.
Yeah, shout out to everybody